I don't know about you, but I personally am feeling a sense of unreality these days. Is it the trauma of the pandemic? Almost 2 years of isolation and exhaustion. Is it the pressure to get back to the normal? I don't know. Meanwhile, why am I getting all these emails from Team Joe? And why is there a team and how did I get on this team? And when is the game? This is such a fractured and tribalized place now. Reality itself has become political and debatable. We don't even believe the other team is real. What with all this constant method acting? Plus we've just ended yet another war. But since it was the war on terror, aka the forever war, and because it was a war against an emotion, and not a country, it was a hard one to wage and a hard one to win. You know the world is so hard to understand. But that problem goes away when you just stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, technology is defining our identities and coding us as patterns, as traceable clicks. So who is this creature we call ourselves? Or they, there, them, is her, him, itself? Don't answer that, because no one's actually interested in your opinions. It's the end of the age of the individual, as Adam Curtis says. Although we do care about what your control group wants. Excuse me a second. I'm being asked to select a few of these squares. Okay. Traffic lights. That's an easy one. Do posts for traffic lights count? Do shadows? And here's another one. Wait, did I pass or flunk the traffic lights? Select all squares with fire hydrants. I'd have to say that none of the squares have hydrants, plural. These tests can be so tricky. So many things are hidden behind other things. Also, photography itself is a huge trick. And by the way, supposedly certain male frogs and flies will actually try to mate with photographs, which is a mistake that human males can easily make as well. So here we are in yet another acronym. The so-called completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. Today we'll consider the role of technology and art in the long history of the creation of golem, automatons, cyborgs, robots, and digital entities. But I have to say I see this less like advanced AI and more like puppetry. Sometimes technology and the internet promise to expand your world, to enlarge your point of view. On the other hand, the internet is, as my friend Justin says, assisted living for millennials, unquote. For example, I myself am shopping right now for a fuzzy onesie. And you too can very easily go on a date, see a movie, go to the bookstore, or present your own concert without ever leaving your chair. But what happens when the iCloud breaks, and why is there so much anger, fear, and repression now? We can't blame it all on technology. But meanwhile, there's a reality war going on. And I have no idea which real world I live in. Which is known to me. No. So really what is really happening when I, me, my, yourself, oneself? Help. Breaking into bits. Help. Broken. What war is this? What time is it?
Welcome. We are still in the future. Today we're going to be talking about technology, particularly the downside. I'm more or less a tech optimist. I'm not a doomer, but I do want to address some of the pitfalls, shortcomings, potential downsides, dark sides of technology. Yeah, that was AI. That was Laurie Anderson she did a series during COVID. She did it completely on Zoom. It's a 6-part series called Spinning the War Without You. And that was from her episode on technology. Eventually my goal is to have AI replace all of my guests. No, I'm just kidding. I do want to have some AI guests, some actual characters, physical people, and voices that we can interview and talk to. Dennis, welcome. Moose, welcome. I had a few. Chris is going to be here later. He has something to do right now. So I have a few articles that NeuroJack sent me on some technological advances that are coming down, and I have a Twitter thread or two I want to go over. And as usual, open panel. Anyone can come up and talk and start a conversation. But let's take a look at some of these tech advances, and see what the implications might be. Here's one I found very interesting. Y'all get a load of this. This is FDA now. Look at I don't know if you can see the web address. It's fda.gov, news and events. This is a pill with a sensor that tracks if you've ingested the medication. And it's Abilify, which is given for schizophrenia, manic mixed episode bipolar 1 disorder, and for use as an add-on treatment for adults for depression in adults. So the system works, it says, by sending a message from the pill sensor. So this pill has a sensor in it, and there's a wearable patch that it can send a message to. And the patch transmits the information to an app on your phone. So the patients can track the ingestion of the medication on their smartphone if the medication got into their system. And patients can also permit their caregivers and physicians to access the information through a web-based portal. So it can transmit the information to your doctor too, and they can see if you've taken this medication. It says being able to track ingestion of medications prescribed for mental illness may be useful for some patients. So again, this is FDA. This is from the an official website of the United States government. Hey, Chuck. So they're making it seem like right now, and I'm not a doomer. Like, so if the application stays as is, it says for some patients, so this is not everybody, but right now you're in charge of whether it transmits it to your doctor or not, and this is all voluntary, so it's to help you determine if your medication got taken and dissolved and absorbed, I guess. But the implications of it, like now we have means to track if people are actually taking their medication. I'm thinking of stuff like court-ordered mental health care, court-ordered medication. Are they going to enforce it through this tracking system? Normal medication, when we go to our doctors, like I used to work in the healthcare system, and I hate the word compliance. It would show up in patients' chart a lot, non-compliant. Medical doctors, it would be non-compliant with whatever medication or treatment regime the doctor recommended or prescribed. In mental health care, it's patients that don't take their medication or they didn't do their therapy for the week or whatever. As though the patient, like you're there to tell the patient what to do and they're there to do it or not do it. It doesn't sound collaborative, that word compliant. And this is just another way of enforcing or monitoring compliance. So I just wanted to offer that. It was sent to me. It's part of this larger conversation about the impact of technology, especially the technology that's coming to us from the future, which we're in right now. Here's another article. This is called Life Edit, Gene Editing Without Limits. We are pioneers with unlimited potential. Unlimited potential. I don't know about that. You don't know the limits till you reach them. To cure genetic disease, our highly innovative next generation platform allows us to target any genomic sequence and develop life-changing therapies for the most challenging genetic disorders. Again, that sounds benign, sounds helpful, but what are the darker implications of it? If you can target any genomic sequence, What can you do with that? Yeah, you can develop life-changing therapies for the most challenging genetic disorders, but could you do other things with it? What are the checks and balances on this? What are the protocols and safety, security measures, accountability measures? I don't know. About us, let's see. Realize the promise of genome evidence. We are scientific pioneers with unlimited potential. They're really quite confident in themselves, I see. To cure genetic disease. Our next generation I just read that. Visionary science driven by values, scientists and leaders to pave the way to faster, safer gene editing therapeutics that cure disease and improve patients' lives. Business model. Because of course it's a business. We've built a highly innovative genome editing platform with one of the world's largest and most diverse collections of novel RNA-guided nucleases and base editors. We continue to advance our platform and expand our editing. So it's just descriptive. Like they have this tool or this skill, this ability to edit genomes. And it's kind of just saying that they have that. It's not really giving specifics. Our own pipeline of in vivo gene therapies that will focus on. So it's just keeps saying the same thing over and over. It's really kind of generic and corporate marketing speak more than anything. But assuming they have the technology, there might be a day I sell everything and say, oh, that is so. There's something very attractive about that. Tempting. I constantly have to fight the urge to take off into the middle of nowhere. In fact, I was going to do it back in the 2000s when I was living in Vegas. I wanted to go live in the desert permanently, or at least for a very long while. And I was actually about to do it. No plan or anything. I was just going to take off and do it. And that's when that Into the Wild movie came out, and my friends were telling me about it, and I got excited. I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to do that too. I'm serious about it. I said, what happened to him? How did it end? They said he died. And I said, oh. And that's kind of what put the brake on it. And I started to think, if he did it and he died, and I probably know even less what I'm doing than he did, maybe I should just not run off into the desert on my own right now and just try to live and think that it'll all work out somehow. But I definitely understand the impulse. I still have it to this day. I'm not, even without technology, I'm not really, I've never felt like fit for civilization, like modern civilization. Okay, I have one more set of technologies to look at. This is in Syria, but again, just because in Syria doesn't mean it can't show up anywhere else. Refugees, these are the Syrian, are buying groceries with iris scans. These are eyeball scans. So they look into this little machine, like the EBT card, the food stamp card that we have here. They look into their little machine to get their groceries. Their I guess their version of EBT. Now it does say nowhere in the United States can someone pay for groceries with an iris scan, though the Department of Homeland Security is considering collecting iris scans from U.S. immigrants. Considering collecting. And Clear uses iris scans to verify identities for paying customers at airports. But in Jordan, the biometric scanners are an everyday sight at grocery stores and ATMs. More than 80% of the 30,000 plus refugees who receive cash assistance and live in these camps use the nation's refugee agency. It does say refugees can opt out, but verifying identity without it is so complex that most do not. I think that's interesting. It's becoming harder, not easier, to verify who they are. As the new technology rolls out and new standards and methods of verification, the old means of verifying identity are going to become less and less accepted and harder to use. Or possibly. I mean, I can't say for certain, but like right now it's what? I'd show your ID, or two forms of ID, or maybe Social Security, sometimes birth certificate. Is that all going to move through fingerprint, iris scan, voice recognition, whatever. And is it a bad thing if it does? Like, is it easier and more convenient to just scan an iris um, than to worry about all that paperwork? They call it tech solutionism, and it's the idea that advanced technology can and should solve fundamental problems, regardless of whether there are simpler or less tech-oriented methods available. And there's this concept called proportionality, that the risk mitigated by technology are equivalent to the harms that could be caused by its use. Like, is double registration really an issue in Jordan? Do we know how bad the fraud issue is? Is it worth doing these iris scans? Is the problem they're solving worth rolling out the technology with all of its downsides? So proportionality and tech solutionism. Is the tech proportionate with the problem it's trying to solve, or is it just the reason to roll out new tech and find like there's this thing like concept creep? It's going to creep in other areas. And again, not being a doomer, none of this really bothers me. Like, I'm not worried about iris scans or anything like that. I mean, I don't plan to use them anytime soon anyway. I think there's certain computers that you can unlock with an iris scan or a fingerprint scan or something instead of a password. Sounds convenient. People that want to use it, I guess it's good that it's out there. But it's like future. Like, what are they going to do with this in the future once it takes hold, like reaches a certain level of usage? Then is it going to become normalized, and then our current methods of doing things are going to become obsolete, and the new method of doing things like the iris scans or the gene editing or the pills with the sensors are going to become the new norm? And what are the disadvantages in proportion to the advantages that gives us? So all things to think about. I would love it if NeuroJack happened to be out there and wanted to come up and have this conversation, or anybody else. And it doesn't have to be this topic. This is just the latest topic that was on my mind, but we can talk about anything you want. But NeuroJack is the one that sent me those articles. So I would love to do a deep dive with him. So anyway, that is tech news, I guess. Oh, well, you too, Raccoon. I think so. I think you're all cool so far. I'm very impressed that but this channel does not seem to attract the trolls. Hi, Crystal Shaman. That other channels do. I really like this audience a lot. They're thoughtful. They contribute. First Satanist. They make me laugh. You can get Starlink down here. Yeah, this is what I've noticed about this community, like the ones that are cropping up, like Machine Lies, Jack Talcott, even Flow State. It's kind of like this interfaith collaborative. There's all religions and viewpoints represented. There's all political. We have commies, Satanists, Christians, Muslims, Artho Bros. I think we have a Buddhist or two, atheist. You name it. We have leftist, rightist, Christian nationalists. But the one thing that's we all have in common, I think, at least one of the threads, is that we're all able to come together and have conversations and share our point of view and try to understand each other a little bit. And I also think we all have the goal of wanting the best society we can get, or whatever our version of best is, and a willingness to collaborate with people that may not be completely aligned with us, but that have similar goals. Yes, thank you. You said it. I think I could. A deep respect for others. And yes, it's there. Yes, there's a respect for enlightenment. Oh Lord, you came to me for enlightenment. I don't. Ooh, that's a lot of pressure. I can give I try to give dark satanic wisdom when I can, kind of a dark enlightenment. I deal with like the reality of humans and human nature, and even like my own nature. and because I've been faced with it so intensely for so long at such a young age. So I know like the Jack Talcott gives the like positive spiritual potential. Patty, hey, Patty, happy Friday. Oh God, is it Friday? Shit. Um, what's his face? Speakeasy usually does the verbal combat panels on Friday night. I don't know if he's doing one tonight. I haven't seen it posted yet, but if he is, that's definitely worth checking out. I might swing by there later tonight. It's a panel just like this, except that the audience can, he does different topics that people argue and debate on, and then the audience can pay to have two people fight, and then the loser gets voted off the panel or has to leave the panel. And at the end of the night, everybody votes for Frank, you're terrible. Everybody votes for the winner of the night. Frank is wanting to see Talcott's man boobs. Ask him. You never know. Catch him in the right mood. So yeah, and again, anyone's welcome to come on and talk. This is an open panel. Yeah, on the speakeasy. In fact, well, he doesn't have the link up, so I can't put it in the room, but I'll try to find his channel. Every Friday he does what's called verbal combat. Oh dang. And it's like a debate, kind of like the Crucible, but much more chill, laid back, and open. Like anybody can do it. And then different people will battle for like it starts at 5 minutes, and the audience can pay to increase the minutes. And then when the battle's over, the audience votes, and the loser has to leave the panel for the night. Let me find his channel. Escape with Speakeasy. I'll put his channel in the chat. What if you slip? Oh yeah, cool. I'd love to have you. Is it Mouse or Mouse? Mouse? Oh, he needs to shave around his nipples, and then he'll show them to you. Just tell him to start an OnlyFans. See what his nipples brings to his yard. What if you slip up on the debate channel? It kind of turns into a popularity contest sometimes, because Flow State debating. Here is iPhi. Okay, I'll catch you in just a second, iPhi. Flow State was debating. I don't know, some trans person, and the trans person just bombed. Like Flow State just really mopped up the floor with her. But she had more friends in the comments, so she ended up winning the debate, and Flo had to leave the panel. But it was so obvious that Flo's the better debater that the host didn't actually make him leave. So some of it's popularity contest, but I think for the most part it goes by who subjectively, slip with the razor while shaving the nipple. Moose. Okay, from the panel the other day, yesterday. Calling me Mouse. So iPhi. Is it iPhi?
iPhi.
iPhi. Okay. Welcome.
Welcome.
What did you drink?
That's the question, is I drink what? It's the famous last words of Socrates before he died.
Did he really say that?
No, that's just a quote from Real Genius. That's an 80s movie.
Oh, yeah, I remember Real Genius. Yeah, because he knew what he was drinking.
That's the joke.
So what's on your mind? I see you in the Discord.
Are you Trez?
Am I Trey? No, I'm Gen X Jeff. Trey is NeuroJack. That's
He said to jump onto this stream because he wanted to talk to me, so I assumed that was you.
Oh no, but that probably means he's coming on, so that's cool because I wanted to talk to him too about those technology articles.
Oh, okay. He was asking me about politics and religion and stuff, so I don't want to tangent your conversation.
Yeah, I saw you and Joshua Jones and Hank were arguing.
Yeah, Hank wanted me to jump on your stream the other day, but I couldn't make it because I jumped on some Paul dude stream instead. And
Was it Paul Unslaved?
yeah,
Neanderthal Paul?
and I think he agreed with me, but he was angry, so he wanted to debate me, but he realized we were talking about the same thing, and then I think he got less angry after that. So.
Oh. Well, you're religious, right? A believer?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm a non-theistic Satanist, so we can certainly start that debate.
Isn't Satan kind of at least a deity of a sort?
If you're theistic, yes. If you're non-theistic, I guess it's just an archetype.
Is it a real person or is it like a ideology?
I don't think of it as an ideology. An ideology to me is a little more.
Is he a physical being?
No, I don't believe in a supernatural anything. I'm a naturalist, so I don't believe in anything supernatural.
No, I said is Satan a physical being?
Not my Satan. It's more of a psychological being. But there are some Satanists that do believe in a supernatural Satan. I'm just not one of them.
I'm gonna do a pit stop real quick, and I'll be right back because I didn't know I was preparing for like an hour, type of debate. I thought.
Oh yeah, do whatever you guys do.
Real quick, but I'll be right back, and we can pick up this conversation.
Okay.
Sorry, be right back.
Oh, no problem. Producer Moose. Okay, I've seen Kiss the Baphomet. Maybe I'll kiss it at the end. Yeah, Producer Moose. I've seen your name around. Now I know who you are. Oh, YouTube limits how much you can change your name. So yeah, it looks like we're going to talk about two things. I guess we're going to get into the God question and technology doomerism, which I think the doomers, they take it too far in one direction and they get carried away with all the hysteria and catastrophizing. But at the same time, I think that they're useful because they can spot potential downsides that people like me may not consider or be able to see. So I think even the doomers have values. Is Benton from Benton, Arkansas? I've only met Benton. He was on was it Machines panel one day, and he kind of spurred out on me and NeuroJack. So my encounter with him was not the most pleasant or the best impression. So yeah, if anyone wants to join the conversation about religion, God, technology, whatever else, Pine Bluff. There reminds me of Poplar Bluff from Designing Women, where Charlene and all of her hillbilly family was from. There ain't no Bigfoot. I live in Washington State. If there was a Bigfoot at all, it would be up here. There ain't no Bigfoot. There's no Bigfoot. There's no aliens. There's no ghosts. There's no Illuminati. There's no probably a bunch of other stuff that y'all think there is. I thought Satan was already in hell. Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Well, I'm a based centrist, and so I try to have views. Most of my views come from being a semi-enlightened centrist. Bigfoot is not real. Why do you think it's real? Oh, I just got your name as Dennis Bigfoot. Oh, perfect. Hank's here. He's gonna he's a great person to have for this discussion. What's up?
I'm trying out Fedora 39 via this live installation while the installation is actually running. Still pulling the hard drive to get the B2RFS file system, but StreamYard just works on the default Firefox in here. So
Okay. I got almost none of that. What is Door 39?
Fedora,
Oh, Fedora 39.
yes.
Okay, here's iPhi. iPhi.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay, did you get your drink?
Yeah. Like I said, I wasn't quite prepared, but now I'm better.
I doubt you're prepared for Jeff.
Yeah.
So I think Trey wanted to discuss politics and/or religion. I don't know if he's coming or not.
No,
He'll probably be up here if his connection. He drives a lot, and his connection is.
He's the one
You
that
never
sent
know
me
what
the
to do.
link to this channel, so that's why I say that. And he even linked me to the stream, so I assumed he's getting ready to jump in.
that's a silly
know.
assumption to make.
Okay, well I'll talk to Hank in the meantime.
Yeah.
Or
let's
Gen X
talk-
Jeff. I haven't met you yet, Jeff. So I'm Gen X, so there's one thing we have in common.
Oh, look at there. That Gen X is the best generation.
It
so
is
far.
the best. The best music, the best video
Yeah.
games. There's no
Best
competition.
childhood, best movies.
movies. There's nothing better. Yeah, it all went
I'm
downhill
sorry,
after
millennials.
that.
Y'all missed out. We had it good.
We used up all the coolness points, and now there's none left. Sorry, that was our fault.
We did.
Oh, thank you, Neo Boomers.
No, we are not boomers. We are the product of boomers.
You're Neo Boomers.
We invented sarcasm in order to deal with boomers.
And we perfected it.
No, we perfected it in the same breath. We are the origin and perfection of sarcasm.
Okay, Neo Boomer.
Okay, Zoomer.
Hank, what are you, millennial?
Yeah, I'm millennial.
Okay.
So, Jeff, do you want to talk about religion or politics, or what's your cup of tea?
I could talk about any one of those.
You were telling me about this physical Satan it's a non-physical Satan, but you don't believe in gods or deities?
Nope.
So you believe in spiritual beings, but not
Nope.
powerful ones?
Nope.
Wait, okay, so, that's right.
I don't believe in anything supernatural.
So Satan's not a person, it's just an idea.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah,
I
it's
also
a
don't believe in
concept.
anything supernatural.
Same as Christ and any other deity.
Christ was a real man,
it's a human
though.
creation.
History books have already proved that point for us.
So you don't believe in human creations at all? You don't believe my operating system exists? The one I'm using to log in to this session?
You talking to me or iPhi?
Yes. You don't believe in human creations, but I'm using human creations.
I don't know how you got that from anything I said.
You said you don't believe in human creations.
I didn't say that.
I'm using human creation just to talk to you.
I didn't say I don't believe in human creation. I see human creativity all around me every day.
I think he said he doesn't believe in spiritual beings, but he thinks that Satan is a human creation.
Yes, Satan is a human creation. So yes, I believe I would have to believe in human creation for Satan to be one. I think
Most
all religions
Satanists
are.
believe in the person Satan, whether he's physical or spiritual.
Mine is a literary Satanism, so it's mostly the literary character of Satan from Paradise Lost and the romantic modifications of him afterwards.
So are you a physicalist, materialist?
I'm not a physicalist, not a materialist, but a naturalist.
You have
Because
to
I
define
accept
nature.
I accept things like ideas, information, the mind and stuff as emergent phenomena that supervene on the physical.
You have to define nature, and if you define nature as the physical universe, then you're a physicalist.
No, for the reasons I just stated, that I'm not a pure materialist because of things like mind, ideas, thoughts, information,
Oh,
mathematics.
so you're a dualist.
No,
You're
I'm a
a
monist.
dualist. You're a monist? Okay. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I
I
don't believe
don't-
in the soul.
So
We're
what?
all body. Everything's body. Everything
what
is from our
use?
physical body.
So what
brain.
use do you have for religion other than just virtues and
It has psychological benefits. It has social benefits. And as just like art and culture does, as a creation of humans, as a product of human creativity, it has the benefits that
Is
human
it a opiate for the masses?
I don't think it's an opiate. I think it's an inspiration. I think it's an
Okay.
organizing principle. It can provide meaning. Like I have a very positive view of religion.
Okay. So you're open to metaphysical concepts, but you don't really believe in spirituality or spiritual ghosts.
I'm not really open to metaphysical. Like, what would be a metaphysical concept?
Logic, information, ideas.
Oh yeah, I
concepts,
guess if you include that in
non-physical things.
Yeah, which is just information. Like it's what energy.
No, energy's
neurons
physical.
and
Energy's in the physical universe.
yeah.
It's
Well,
a
there's
physical-
energy and matter. That's all. That's it as far as I know.
Physical doesn't mean solid, by the way. Like you can have like gas or energy or plasma, and it's still physical. It has physical properties, but it's not solid per se.
Like what is information when a particle?
Information is a non-physical entity that some materialists try to explain as a manifestation of the physical. So they say it's like, when a mind tries to perceive and compute and analyze physical matter, but then they can't explain where that computation occurs because the mind's supposed to be physical as well. And so if it's all just neurons and chemicals and electricity, that's all physical.
Well, as an idealist, I can explain. Well, information is just a pattern that exists on the physical substrate. It's a pattern. So information is a pattern.
No, Dennis, I don't think I have a soul.
But where does information exist? Does it exist in the physical world?
Well, I'm thinking of like even at the subatomic level, the
Mental
spooky
world.
exponent distance, or when an electron jumps from one state to another based on it receives information, and based on information, we don't know what or how that information is, but it's not material.
If it's physical,
whatever it's
detect
responding to is it's changing the state. It's causing the electron to do something different than it would normally be doing based on information.
If it's physical, we can detect it and observe it and analyze it and experiment with it. So that's the easy way to answer that question. So
but then some parts of it we have to infer, and I think
nope.
Like the part you said about having a. Hang on, I lost it. But I believe there's a naturalistic explanation for everything we're talking about.
Again, you have to define
not
nature.
necessarily a physical, but a natural.
Well, I agree that there's a natural explanation.
You have to define nature before you use the term naturalistic explanation.
Matter and energy.
Sweet touch.
Is nature the physical universe? Is that
matter, energy, and empty space? And then concepts and ideas along with that.
Does nature end at the physical universe, or is it beyond it? Does it contain
what
other
would
things?
be beyond the physical?
Information.
Information.
Yeah, I include that in nature.
Okay, so nature also includes non-physical things as well.
No,
Like
information is physical.
Yeah, yes, it would include non-physical things, but I believe
there's your problem.
I don't believe they're non-natural. They're non-physical, but they're naturalistic. They're part of nature.
Oftentimes, humans confuse the word nature to mean like trees and rivers and birds and shit, and so that's the problem. They always have in mind what they think that word means, and the problem arises if you define nature as the physical universe, then that's the limit of your definition. So anything beyond the physical universe is not natural, correct?
Okay, well, I'm an idealist, so I don't have much an issue.
I'm explaining to him because I'm waiting for him to define nature because he keeps saying it has a natural.
I said matter, energy, information, everything we can experience.
I said see, touch.
Experience or observe.
Does information require matter or energy to exist?
Yes.
Probably.
There's
at
your
least
problem.
Because I'm looking at it from a human perspective, because that's
Show
my
me
most
information
immediate
that doesn't
experience of
require
it. So it
energy.
at least requires a human brain to
Yeah, show
perceive,
me information that doesn't
study,
require
think
energy.
about.
Okay, so 1 + 1 = 2 doesn't exist until I create a computer that can put that on a screen for you. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it existed, but long
Yeah,
before.
if you can show me
Where does it exist?
1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah,
That
where does
existed
that
like
I said it
thousands of
doesn't
years ago.
exist. It does not exist till you can compute it. So if otherwise, show it to me. Show me 1 + 1 = 2.
It exists in the human brain. The human brain is computer.
Okay, so now you're in the mind trap, Jeff. So did humans
Yes.
invent mathematics? Or did
Yes.
we discover it?
We invented it.
It's kind of both, because language
No,
gets
it's one or the other. You can't have both at the
No,
same time.
no, you're not going to box me into your linguistic.
It's not an option. It's not an
paradigm.
and or. It's an or.
No, this is simple.
Well, if you want my
invented-
answer, it's going to be what I decide my answer is, not what you constrain my answer to be.
Yeah,
You
So
can't have
language
0
is very
and not
clunky.
0.
It-
It's not an option.
zero ring.
So again, the
Yeah.
problem is either it existed before humans, or humans created.
Mathematics
the
did
origin
not
of
exist
1
before
+ 1.
humans. It was a human invention. The phenomena that mathematics describes existed before humans.
I'm
Information
not talking about the
existed before
expression.
humans, because we see information at work at the subatomic level, which certainly predates humans.
I'm not talking about the expression of mathematics. I'm not talking about the language of mathematics. I'm talking about the core information itself, the source code of mathematics. So in other words, here, Jeff, think about this for a second. Imagine space, and there's no humans created yet at all. It's just space, and there's planets and rocks.
You have matter.
You just have matter out
energy
there.
and forces, and you have the relation between all of that. Mathematics describes that.
You
So
have
the phenomena
two
that it
rocks floating
describes.
around out there. That there's one rock plus another rock = 2 rocks. Now, does that math not exist until humans are born and then create math to explain that, or did they just discover it?
There were two
iPhi,
rocks.
this is a very simple question and question answer. Computation pre-existed humans, and humans had mathematics to communicate, to understand computation.
So Hank's on the discovery side, and I'm still waiting for
we
Jeff.
can have the same conversation about language.
Mathematics, we
is just
discovered
another
computation.
language.
It's very simple.
And again, it helps if you don't conflate the expression or the language of mathematics. That's a human invention.
Well, I see two components. I see the phenomena itself, the two rocks, and I see the ability to describe that in some sort of
right,
language.
the math, just the plain math
So
itself.
the
1 +
language,
1
the
=
math
2.
part, the ability to describe is a human invention. The two rocks itself, the phenomena, the relation between them are not a human invention.
Right. So it was already true before humans existed.
No.
There was already 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't require humans to exist.
No. There's no one yet. Because
What if I had a computer? What if a computer just added 1 + 1 = 2? That doesn't require humans.
Humans made the computer. The human came before the computer.
Well, in your universe, what if there was a universe where
So there's no humans and there's just a computer?
Yeah, just a machine built itself through.
Well, how would the computer discover math? Like, how would it be able to?
I don't know. The universe is a crazy place. I mean, we got life in this universe, so why is it so crazy to imagine a computer in another universe? Why is that so hard to imagine?
Because I deal with what is, not what.
Do you know how much more complicated a human is than just like a calculator?
It's your presentation. You explain how it works.
I'm not presenting anything. I was just asking Jeff on his naturalistic explanation of what nature is.
I gave the explanation several times. Is there a part of it that you're still unclear on?
And when I asked you, is nature the physical universe? And you said yes, but then you later contradicted and said, no, nature also includes non-physical things. That's beyond the physical.
Because you asked me if it would include stuff like information, and I said yes.
So you need to be consistent.
So it wasn't a contradiction. It was me answering your question.
Okay, so now your answer is that the nature includes both the physical universe and the non-physical reality, whatever you want to call it.
If you consider information non-physical.
Yes, I do. I agree.
Okay, then yes, the answer would be yes.
Okay.
To your question.
now you have answered my question.
It's not me contradicting. It's me expanding my answer to
Yeah, I understand.
meet the requirements of your question.
Yeah, the first impression was just the physical universe, but we've moved beyond that. Okay, so now that you have a non-physical realm, how do you observe or describe these things?
Language.
Like, how do you contain them? Like, I can contain all physical stuff in the physical universe. That's why we use that word universe. It's just that big blob that contains all the physical stuff.
Well, language and math and information is also contained in that universe.
It's in the universe?
Where else could it be?
It's all part of nature. That was my answer to your question.
Now, see, you've just gone back again. Now you change your answer to no.
No, I don't know. I don't know why your comprehension skill is so poor.
Because we have
the same answer to the question that I gave 3 or 4 times.
Okay,
so all part of nature.
So if information, which is non-physical, according to you, is contained inside the physical universe, that means it has physical properties. You cannot have non-physical.
I don't know how you're drawing that. You yourself said that information was non-physical. That's the word you used. That's why I went along with it. So I don't know now why you're saying it's like why you're drawing the conclusion it's physical. So if anybody's contradicting, it seems to be you.
No, I believe in a non-physical realm, by the way, so I have zero problem with this discussion whatsoever.
No, I'm sped myself, Jonathan. So.
But the problem is when you argue with people about the nature of physical things versus the nature of non-physical things, sometimes they say things like, oh, don't worry, non-physical things are contained in the physical universe, which means
I
they
think
have
they are.
physical properties.
I think they are contained in nature. Nature to me is not just the physical universe.
Okay, let's make this simple.
I don't think there's any supernatural dimension to this universe outside of what we already can observe and perceive about it.
Well, then you don't believe in metaphysics or non-physical things.
I want to make this simple before we go on the iPhi's trail. So there's an entity, which are things that we can see and touch, and there's objects, stuff we can draw and imagine. So I think the stuff we can draw and imagine, or patterns and things we can see and touch.
Yep, non-physical things.
There's non-physical things that can still be naturalistic, like thought, ideas, information, etc.
And it's fine.
Non-physical things like souls, angels, deities that I don't believe in and I don't consider part of nature.
Right, those would be non-physical examples of things.
Yeah, but so would information and thought. So that's why I'm making the distinction between the natural and the supernatural.
This often comes up in a lot of religious debates because some atheists are very stuck on physicalism. Like they will absolutely refuse any discussion that doesn't have physical explanations. And so the trap they get into
I say naturalistic explanation, not physical. I'm not physical explanation.
Which means you have to
make the distinction between pure physicalism and naturalism.
Okay. Some people think nature is just the physical universe, so that's why they conflate.
And Wikipedia has a good write-up on naturalism and what it is, and it contrasted strictly physicalism or materialism. So I'm just going like that's a good starting point for.
Wikipedia also has a definition for nature, which you may not like because it uses nature in the definition, which is a circular argument.
I'm talking specifically about the article on naturalism.
And the problem with dictionaries and Wikipedias is sometimes they're a good place to start a discussion, but they will hold up the deeper discussion because they're limited in their understanding.
Okay, well, let's use it as a starting point then, which is basically what I've just described.
So the only way we can have a proper discussion about ghosts, angels, non-physical things, whatever, is to either account for this realm of non-physical things or just dismiss it as does not exist. And so when you throw the baby out with the bathtub, that means you also don't get logic or information or mathematics or anything.
No, you do, because we obviously have those things.
Because those things do not have physical properties, and there's no way you can try and argue that they do. And people have tried before, and this is why
I don't need to argue that they have physical properties to keep them.
iPhi, it's very easy. So that stuff's in software somewhere. So like, have you heard of Pokemon?
Yep.
So we could program that stuff into a chip, and that's implemented using logic gates. So there you go. I have a universe where it has physical properties that's embedded in our universe.
What are the physical properties of logic, Hank?
Usually you do it with electricity. That's the way I do it. So there's gates.
So electricity creates logic. Is that how it works?
Yeah, electricity implements logic. Yes.
Isn't electricity bound to the laws of nature, like thermodynamics and electromagnetism and stuff like that? So that's the source code. So electricity created the laws which it obeys.
That's not source code. That's not source code. That's object code.
That is the source code. That's gravity.
No, that's object code.
The laws of electromagnetism and thermodynamics and all those laws we discovered, which exist, which are the foundations of this physical universe, which all things in the universe obey, including electricity. Your claim is electricity creates the logic that makes the laws that it obeys. So
it creates the logic in Pokemon, yes. And what you're describing in source code is object code.
What creates the logic for the laws of nature?
It's just here. I don't know what creates it.
What are the physical properties of the laws of nature?
Physical properties of the laws of nature. There's no. That's a deep question.
Yep.
It would take a long time to answer that question.
I'll speed it up for you. Try to find the pretend you were in a virtual reality created by Bill Gates or whatever. So let's pretend we're all inside of a computer simulation right now.
Okay.
As avatars in this computer simulation, how would we find and observe and detect and analyze the source code for the virtual reality within the virtual reality?
I'll load a file of the source code, assuming I have access to it. So I'll simply load the source file from the application.
Do you see the problem that you're trying to solve there? You're trying to figure out how to find and describe in physical terms the source code inside of the simulation you're existing in.
There's no problem. If I have access to it, I can just load it. And if I don't have access to it, I don't have access to it. I'd have to use the object code instead.
Well, one way
if I don't have access to the source code, I have to reverse engineer the object code.
One way you could prove that you found it and have access to the source code is you could display your admin rights by overriding the source code. Can you do that?
Do
you know what that would look like in the physical universe?
Your question doesn't make sense. You don't override source code.
Oh yeah, you can. Sure, you can.
You can override processes.
There's nothing stopping you from doing it. I mean, unless the creator made
not source code.
Unless the creator made the simulation so complex that you can't break his security or whatever. But it's possible. Anything's possible.
So NeuroJack wants you to address this question that he asked.
Okay.
This is Trey, by the way.
Oh, hey Trey, he can jump in since he wanted to.
Yeah, he said he will in a bit.
What's the question? Oh, you're showing
the one I posted. Never understood how humans discovered the laws of math and logic, yet we believe in miracles that break those laws in Christianity.
Exactly. That was my point. That's how you display you have access to the source code. You've now proven your claim.
How do we know it wasn't just programmed in?
Because other people could do it and show that it's a simple task that just requires some fiddling around with.
Well, other people have done it, so.
Have they? How many miracles have you seen lately?
I am running Linux. That's a miracle in itself. So.
Well, that's still within the natural laws, though. You're still obeying all the natural laws.
Okay. Proof that it is within the natural laws.
You didn't override thermodynamics or gravity or cause and effect, inertia, momentum, electromagnetism, all that stuff. All of those laws you
prove
obeyed.
Jesus did.
Well, when he walked on water, that violates all of the
if you believe
laws.
In miracles, but I don't. So
that's true.
Well, Chris Angel walked on water too. So either he's doing a miracle. Jesus isn't doing a miracle.
I mean, it's possible he just did like a trick, and he had like a plane of glass underneath the sea, and he was walking on top of the plane of glass, which is not a miracle. It's just a sleight of hand magic trick. So then you might ask him, okay, can you do something more convincing? And then he takes this dead person and raises him back to life, and you say, does this convince you? And then you have to say, well, let me see if I can medically and scientifically explain that one.
You're convinced by the account in the Bible that all is true, but that's the only evidence you have for any of this.
Yeah. Are you
Is your own being persuaded by a text?
Hey, Jen, Jeff.
So it's not a scientific form of evidence.
Are you convinced that Julius Caesar and George Washington were real people?
They probably were.
Why are you convinced by that? You didn't see them with your own eyes.
Evidence. And there's corroborating evidence for both of those figures.
Is there corroborating evidence in the Christian canon?
The miracles.
Is there corroborating evidence of multiple witnesses in the Christian canon?
Not really.
The earliest gospel was written decades after the life of Jesus. There's
how long after?
And even if there were, it doesn't change my initial point that all you're relying on is your own.
How long after Julius Caesar's life was his biographies written and historical records written?
Even if we had direct witness.
So you don't believe he's a real person?
All it is a report that you are being convinced by. It's not a scientific form of evidence. There's no ability to test it.
How do you what scientific evidence?
It's persuasive to you, but it doesn't mean it's going to be persuasive to everybody.
Hey Jeff, what scientific evidence would I have of a miracle?
Wait, I can't hear.
Have you seen Jesus do necromancy?
Hold on, Hank. Let me ask him a question. Jeff, what scientific evidence would I have of a miracle?
You would have none. That's why I don't accept miracle. I don't believe in miracles.
So
my turn.
You can believe in it if you want, but if you're going to try to convince me to believe in it, you need something more than
Jeff,
reported in this text.
Hey, iPhi, it's my turn.
I'm not finished with the
my turn. My turn.
Okay.
iPhi, have you seen Jesus perform necromancy in front of you?
No, I have not. Sorry. Okay, so Jeff, now let's suppose I was in the room with you right now, Jeff, like right now today while we're talking. So like say I'm in the room there with you today. And we're live on camera. I walked on water and rose a dead person back to life. Okay. Now, what scientific evidence would I have of either of those events?
None. I would want to examine both of them further.
Okay. So I allowed you to examine them to the full extent of all human capability and possibility. Like you're the best scientist with all the electron microscopes and everything. Now what scientific
it would depend on their results and their conclusions.
Okay, what if their conclusions are there is no physical explanation for any of these things happening? Like they can't figure out why this man is walking on water or how this dead person came back to life. There's no medical explanation. There's no scientific explanation. Now what?
Then it would generate further questions for research.
Exactly. So, see, the problem, Jeff, is not the evidence. The problem doesn't lie within the evidence. The problem lies within either the people who claim they're skeptics or the people who understand that there is a reasonable amount.
But you gave a hypothetical example that doesn't even apply to what we're talking about.
I proved my point.
Conclusions off of a hypothetical, and then want me to now accept that.
I proved my point.
They were drawn from the original situation. You can't get away with that with me.
I proved my point.
I'll send more scientists at the thing. I'll send better scientists.
Okay, and Hank brings better scientists from Star Trek's future. They time traveled back into our past, and now he has the best technology humans.
What does this have to do with that? We don't have any of
this. This has to do with the fact
you're talking about,
Jeff. This has to do with the fact that there's a difference between humans. There's one human that will have all of this evidence presented right in front of them with all. But
this is a hypothetical. What does this have to do with?
I'm getting to the point. If you'll let me finish. The difference.
How do you go from this hypothetical? You have to connect it to the actual situation.
I'll get to the point if you let me finish. Okay, so the difference between these two humans is one human with all of the same evidence. You and I are both in the same room. We both saw the exact same things. One human, even with Star Trek technology, says, I don't care. I'm still not convinced. There's more
I didn't
questions.
say that.
I'm not talking to you, Hank. I'm not talking to you, Hank. Hold on. Wait. So, Jeff, one guy will say, even with all of the possible physical science explanations, there is no answer. It's clearly impossible that these things happened. And then there's one person in the room that says, I was already convinced. I didn't need Star Trek technology. I know what walking on water looks like. I'm smart enough to know that humans can't walk on water. I'm also smart enough to know that even though doctors aren't the smartest people in the world, we know what dead people are, and we know that you can't bring a dead person back to life. And so since this man did these two things, I'm convinced. I'm already convinced. Me, the other person in the room. Whereas you have a higher standard of evidence, which means that even God himself, if he appeared in the room and did all these miracles for you, would still not convince you, because you say, well, that just presents more questions, because I mean, how do I know you're really a god? Or, even though you did all these things and you know everything and you can do everything, I'm still not convinced, because there's probably a naturalistic explanation that Hank hasn't thought of yet, and he's getting ready to share with us why he has a better explanation. Go ahead, Hank.
Oh, hold on. No, go ahead, Hank. Hang on. I was letting you talk so you can answer my question, but you still have yet to do that. What does any of that have to do with the situation we currently find ourselves in, which is nothing that you described?
The situation we're currently in.
We have a few texts that purport to describe a miracle. We don't have the Star Trek science. We don't have
Jeff,
so what does your hypothetical have to do with the actual situation?
I was showing you how much worse it is. It's much worse than you could possibly imagine. We now live in the situation where we don't have those things. We don't have those.
We're still left with a vague report of a miracle.
I agree. We don't have those miracles.
Which you can choose to be convinced by if you want, but I'm not obligated. I can have a higher standard for that.
And so you're welcome to accuse religious people today of
your example I didn't accuse religious people of anything. Your example didn't accomplish anything. Whatever you were trying to do with it,
extra gullible, because we believe these things even though we haven't seen them.
You're making a lot of inferences that I didn't say, so that you might be telling something about yourself.
I don't mean you specifically. I mean you, the royal you, the people that argue against how credible religion people's evidence is. And so they're welcome to say that religious people are super gullible because they'll believe anything just because it's simply written down in some text.
I didn't say that at all.
And they don't even have
arguing phantoms because he's not ready to go at us.
And as opposed to having all these magic things happen right in front of our eyes, that would at least be somewhat credible evidence. Because
I'm not even assuming you believe it because you're gullible. You may have very good reasons for why you're convinced. So I'm not even ascribing it to gullibility.
The reason why I personally believe is just, from a lifetime of analysis, review, thought, inflection, meditation, and observing all the evidence, considering all the evidence, and trying to figure out what is the most reasonable explanation. So that's how I arrived at that.
I don't think that's gullibility. I think you've made an honest, good faith effort to come to a conclusion based on a rigorous process of thinking and examining. So I don't think you're doing it because you're gullible.
I don't claim 100% knowledge. I'm not saying I know scientifically for fact that 100% true that there was a man named Jesus that walked on water and rose people from the dead. I'm saying I accept the accounts as they stand based on all of my review of history and science and religion and philosophy and corroborated witness accounts and how we find out whether or not claims are true. So I understand the skeptical approach to saying this sounds kind of screwy. I don't want any part of it. Like it sounds like fantasy or, wish beliefs and stuff like that. And so I've been through that process myself. I went through my own agnostic, atheistic phase in which I denied
What did
everything.
you start as? What were you raised as?
Atheist and Church of Christ.
Okay.
And so with that 50-50 split, I was given the most free will human choice to decide what is true with little as bias as possible.
Okay. Well, I can respect that.
And so my own conclusion was that I don't believe that we are the highest power in the universe, nor did rocks evolve into fish and eventually decided to become a man one day.
Hey, iPhi.
No, I don't believe that either. That's
iPhi,
not
I
how
have
it
a
works.
question.
Yeah.
iPhi, do you believe Peter walked on water? Peter from the Bible.
I'll be right back, guys. Keep talking.
With a little help from his friend, yeah, I do believe he did.
Oh, okay, so Jesus helped him walk on water.
Yep.
So if you can use the power of Jesus to walk on water, that would give me more faith in Jesus. You want to do that?
Sure. If I next time I meet Jesus and I start sinking the water, I'm gonna have him throw me a bone and see if he can help me out. I agree.
Excellent. All right, we're getting somewhere.
I don't know if you and I want to debate religion anymore, or have we already done that before? I don't know. Jeff left.
You
So.
probably don't remember. You can go another round for me since this is being recorded.
And he left his own stream, which is an accomplishment I would like to wear on a badge.
You should try it. It's fun.
I scared away the host of his own stream. Anyways,
no, just getting some water.
Where were we on religion? I think Jeff tapped out at.
I'm a polytheist.
Okay, so which god do you think is the most likely real one?
Chaos, the source for all, pretty much chaos of source.
But we live in an ordered universe, so it seems like he's losing that battle.
Oh, well, order and disorder is an illusion created by our own senses.
I think you've been watching too many congressional hearings. That's why you believe in chaos. But outside of stupidity,
I did watch too many congressional hearings. But yeah, order and disorder are illusions created by our sensory organs. Yes.
I mean, the fact that we're talking on a computer kind of seems that order seems to be the way of the day, does it not? Because if chaos is hard to run an operating system on.
No, I said order and disorder. It's all chaos, but order and disorder is just illusions. I mean, you know, something disorderly happened when I was trying to install the operating system. It turns out that my motherboard has a cork where it has two different USB controllers, which means I had to place all my USBs in a certain way just to hit the right controller, or my install meter is not detected. That doesn't seem very orderly at all.
Right, but again, the computer, it's hard to like type on a computer that's made out of chaos because the keys keep moving.
Well, it's still in the same generator, I can hit them still.
Also, when you push an A, it's not A, so it's confusing. You have to remember like reverse psychology when you're typing on a chaos keyboard.
Well, there's a bunch of different keyboard layouts.
Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, anyone else that wants to come on and jump into this conversation?
I'm still waiting for Trey because he wanted to hear about my. Would you like to hear about
what? He's usually on here. I don't know what the holdup is today.
Would you like to hear about the political movement until he gets here?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, because religion can get a little touchy sometimes. People get defensive about religion, so we can give that.
He doesn't have good attacks on my polytheism.
Okay, so I have this political party that I'm trying to get together. It's called conservatarianism. Would you be interested in it?
Possibly.
Okay, so here's the rules. Moral foundation built on the pillars of libertarianism and capitalism, with a nice shiny roof of a meritocracy. Do you have any objections?
Talk to me about the libertarian part.
Okay, so I'm personally am a minarchist, though I can be argued into, medium libertarianism. First of all, anarchy is a pipe dream. You have to have good and intelligent people to have an anarchy work, and that's not going to work on Earth because there's too many evil retards. So
good point on that one.
So starting with humans, you have to have some rule of law. So we can't kill each other, steal, lie, etc., etc. So that
and some enforcement mechanism.
Of course, with that's rule of law. Rule of law is judges and enforcers, either private security or worst case scenario, public security. So, and then you have border enforcement, just so you don't get invaded and taken over by those commie sons of bitches. And then That's about it. So you have rule of law and border security. And that's the end of government. There are no more positions to be added to this government. Now, the way the government should work is it should be backwards to what it is now. I don't have any problem with the federal government, even though in my country, the federal government would be like 3 guys or something like that. That's it. Any more than 3, that's you're way over.
Is this a political party or
yes?
Or commune? It sounds like a little more than a party. Where is this going to happen?
And you can build it in America if you want to. It's pretty easy. Okay, so the backwards part is the government should be ordered from smallest to largest. So local government should have the most influence and power in your life, and then state, and then federal, meaning losing power as it goes higher. So the state has less power over your.
Well, that's
life.
a nice thought, but we have to do with the is. And so we don't currently have that. So how is your party going to fit into?
You just start reversing. When the boat is going straight to the bottom of the ocean, you either start floating it again or start turning it away from the icebergs or whatever. You just do something productive rather than seeing if you can make it go down faster or something like that. Which is the only current options. So a strong local government, a weaker state government, and an almost non-existent federal government. No income taxes or anything like any of that bullshit. And then and either a meritocracy or a democracy. That's up for debate, even though I think democracy
a representative democracy, not a pure democracy, but a representative
democracy. Republic, a meritocracy of those qualified to make important decisions.
Yeah, okay, I could get behind that.
And now when you say meritocracy, though, like who decides what the standard of merit is?
That's for the smart people to figure out. So, for example,
okay, but who decides who the smart people are? I mean, like,
either IQ tests or objective standards.
I know some really stupid smart people.
Yeah, exactly.
I know some really high IQ commies.
I'm one of them. I'm one of the not a commie, but I'm one of those really stupid high IQ people. My IQ is insanely high, and yet I'm a moron. So I don't know.
I would be
in a position of power because
I'd be willing to.
I can smoke a lot of people, but I don't. My life is a complete disaster.
I'd be willing to entertain like an AI dictator to determine who's actually most valuable.
I don't know about that. I've been playing with the AI.
Who gets to program it?
But who gets to program it?
Until the guys can spell a word that I've already spelled for it in a fucking graphic, I'm not trusting it with my government. Okay, let me tell you that right now.
So then the debate is humans or AI, which is worse? Currently humans.
I mean AI under the guidance and control of humans, not humans. I think we
should give AI a turn because humans clearly have fucked everything up.
Well, I'm willing to do that on a very small scale. Like
we can try it out like on a small
group, something like that.
I have an idea. We'll have AI run iPhi's live.
Yeah.
For like a month and he can report how it works.
I'll do it. I kindly volunteer. I volunteer for this trial.
Okay, it could probably do that now. Just start asking it to make your decision.
Yeah, I'll ask it. Hey AI, I don't know how to do math. Should I be the Minister of Finance? And he'll say, "No, you fucking retard, get out of here." And then he'll go to the next guy, and then the next guy says, "I can do math. Should I be the Minister of Finance?" And he says, "Okay, you get to be the Minister of Finance." And that's how it works.
Okay, let's start it. We can find out what it says.
I mean, we kind of have that now. Like, do we have people in financial positions that don't know finance?
Oh, yeah, we got shitloads.
Well, okay, we can improve the current system we have just by...
Have you ever heard of Too Big to Fail? That's how you find the retards that have no idea how economies work. That's where you start.
Like, I'm not opposed to your vision on a small scale, on a community level scale. I don't think it's going to scale up to the federal level.
Either, but I like to hope for the best because that's all you can do sometimes.
So you're just like Lib, except on the opposite side of the scale. You're the hopeful conservative like version of
and not quite as far as Joshua Jones.
Yeah,
there's no volcano or guillotine.
Well,
he had fun with Joshua Jones yesterday. That's hilarious.
By the way,
there's just a heavily fortified border.
I mean, a man can dream, can he not?
No, yeah. I mean, no. I tell Lib the same thing all the time. I mean, like,
Why are these Christians so bloodthirsty?
So
Sorry,
again,
go
my proposition is: do you have a better idea than conservatarianism?
I like our current system.
I think
I
it's
like
complete
using our
shit.
current system.
Neoliberalism's better.
I think our current system is like on the
Fuck you, Hank.
so far off the cliff that
I'm not a doomer. I just think people just need to participate and use it more.
Neoliberalism is
what's
better.
your
my
current
ass.
debt, by the way, Jeff?
My
This
current
country
what?
of yours, your debt. How much money do you owe?
It's minimal.
The United States debt is minimal. It's just pocket
No,
change.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were
my
personal
personal debt. I have
My
no idea.
personal
No.
debt
I'm
is
talking about
nice.
this. You said this country is great. You love this
Oh, okay.
country so much. I'm
Yeah,
just curious
I mean,
how
I
it's
don't.
doing.
Its debt is not the only marker I evaluate. Like,
Okay, how's
what
its
I like about it or not.
how's the value of its currency doing?
I don't know. I still like our
Not
system. I'm
good.
talking about our federal constitutional
Have you
republic.
seen any congressional meetings lately? Are they pretty productive and useful?
I still have faith in our system. I still like it. I don't know what better system is out there
I just
currently.
told you the answer.
Yeah, but you just also said
Conservatarianism.
it's not going to scale up to the federal level, so I don't have to take yours seriously. I don't have to replace the current one with yours if it's not realistic.
Oh, okay, Jeff. Here, I'll meet you halfway. How about we vote Ron Paul in and see if that makes any sort of improvement?
I'd be thrilled to vote Ron Paul in. He's not running anymore though, so.
I'm saying theoretically for Jeff. He wants to know what a better system would look like.
Yeah, believe me, Ron Paul's the last politician I gave a shit about. So
There you go.
I mean,
and guess what? He's like one step in the right direction towards conservatarianism.
I mean, yeah, but he unfortunately.
But
he had
I have most of what you
president
described. I
so.
already have in my life. I've already created for myself. Yeah, like anybody could do it at the grassroots level.
Well, I mean, I've got a forest with a bunker in it too, but that's not going to do me a lot of good when the commies invade, and they're already here.
I'm not that paranoid or doomer.
You're not that paranoid. Have you?
Yeah, I don't think commies are. I don't think commies are invading. If they're invading anything, they're invading our institutions, and that's already starting to collapse.
If commies showed up at your door and said, "We're taking 50% of your income," would you be concerned then?
I don't. First of all, they're not going to get my income from showing up at my door. They're going to have to get it digitally.
And second of all,
I don't see that as that's not a realistic scenario that keeps me up at night.
You're right. No government officials would ever show up at your door and ask for half of your money. That would never happen in our beloved United States of America.
No, they wouldn't, because I don't have any money.
It hasn't so far. Have government officials shown up at your door and said, "Give me half your money"?
Yeah, they're called the IRS.
They've shown up at your door, probably because
yep, with guns, and they say, "Pay or die."
This has happened to you. IRS agents have shown up at your door with guns.
Do you live in a world where there are no IRS
Did that happen
agents?
to you? iPhi, did that happen to you?
They don't collect tax in your state? What state do you live in? I'm moving there.
See, you're evading the question that makes me
Texas.
He's in Washington, so actually no.
State taxes in Texas.
I try to figure out the magical state that has like no corporate tax, no property tax, no income tax. They always switch them around. Like if they don't charge you one, they'll charge you the other.
Sales tax. We have sales tax. It's not that bad.
Yeah, sales tax.
Taxation is ranked iPhi. We live in a society, iPhi.
I know we live.
Sales tax isn't nearly as bad as like the income tax you'd pay in most states. I mean, like really, you don't have nearly Texas has much lower taxes overall.
Well, Jack, come up here if you want to talk about that.
So, but do you see what you're doing? You're playing their game. They're always winning, but you're like, oh,
you're flat out lying.
$10
So don't point your finger at me and tell me what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, taxes do, in theory, like have a purpose, and they do something.
Yeah,
like they help build roads. They do.
I like paying taxes.
They pay for bombing brown people in the Middle East, so we can fight proxy wars with Russia and China.
I have a lot of problems with how they spend our tax dollars. Trust me, but in principle, the idea of having taxes is not necessarily a bad thing if it was being used properly.
How much have you sent to Ukraine, by the way, or now Israel?
Yeah, once again, I don't have any money, so I haven't sent money anywhere. I haven't paid taxes.
I'm talking about the theoretical law-abiding citizen that hands over all their money to the government.
Yeah, I know. I like. Hey, I'm completely against them sending money to Ukraine. I'm against them sending money to Israel. I'm against us sending money overseas. Period. I don't think we should be doing any of that shit. We should be taking care of our own first. We should be giving health care to our citizens way before we should be like paying for other people's wars and shit like that.
Is
I am
healthcare
Yes,
a human
blacks
right?
always have a choice. I don't believe people don't. I believe the state of choicelessness is very, very rare. You have choices. We all make choices.
How about you get to keep the fruits of your labor and you can spend them as you want? Is that an option?
I do that now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I don't mind paying the tax that I do pay.
I didn't ask if you mind paying tax. I said keep the fruit, your profit whenever
I
you work.
keep the fruits and I pay some of it to taxes, and I don't have a problem with either one. So
that's fine, but I do. So why do I have to abide by your rules?
Sound a lot like Ayn Rand.
Well,
nah, she's
it's not my rules; it's the current rules. I just don't have a problem with it. If you want to use the political process to change them, more power to you. I would not oppose.
That's why I'm here. I'm trying to convince you that conservatarianism is the way.
Well, you have to do a better job. If advocacy is the
what's a better job? What do you want me to beat you over with a baseball bat? Do it. Join now, or else.
No, you just have to be more persuasive. Make a more credible case.
What's more persuasive than keeping?
I like your little community
100%
vision, but I don't want a
profit.
community of people that are all they want to do all day is argue about taxes.
Yeah, iPhi is probably worth a try.
That's all I want to do is argue about taxes. I don't want to argue about liberty.
Well, I don't know.
Or
you haven't
rights.
incentivized me to like invest in this
I
community.
don't want to argue about morally based governments that are very small and easy to manage. I don't want to argue about capitalism, which is the free exchange of goods and services and access to the free market.
Well, find something you do want to argue. What do you want to argue about?
All of the above. I just told you all of the answers.
Okay, but I don't want to. That doesn't draw me into a community. I have better communities than that already.
Your vision right now.
Well, when America was created, it was a lot closer to what my vision than it is now.
Yeah, but we're not there anymore.
Let's go. Let's start with that. What about it? What was
so? If you need another Tea Party to hit the reset button, then you just go ahead and do what you got to do.
We did that. We tried that about 15 years ago with the
no
political party and that
the real Tea Party, not just little
so
signs saying we don't like being treated misfairly. I mean,
I don't feel like
the original Tea Party, they weren't very nice.
I feel privileged to be able to live here.
So like, what would be the version of a Tea Party Day? What we're gonna go and trash an Amazon warehouse? What are we gonna do? I mean, like,
I'm in the catch-22 because I'm a Christian, so I can't offer you any violent advice. But if you had to really persuade people,
but if it came down to it, violence.
But if you really want to persuade people, here's how I would go about doing it. There's theoretically a whole bunch of these like little militia groups all throughout the United States.
Oh my God, you're worse than you're as bad as Joshua Jones.
Why is it always the violent people that are? Is there something about Christianity?
Can I finish the statement before you judge it? Can I?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I know where it's going, but yeah.
Can I say the words before you judge them? Okay, so anyways, if there are theoretically all these people that are very sympathetic to the Tea Party movement and what I'm proposing, a very libertarian society of capitalism, so on and so forth. They could show up in force, without actually shooting or killing anyone, but just show how many they are and how serious they are, and see if that gets the attention of the current lawmakers or whatever. No. Don't invade the Capitol building. Just show up to it.
Yeah, that's going to go real well.
You're welcome to show up at it.
And so once they actually see the real numbers of who they're dealing with, maybe then they'll start taking these conversations a little more seriously.
I have no problem. In fact, I even want to see these real numbers. So please try it because I want to see the numbers.
And if
show us the numbers.
If that's all it takes, then
you have a fan. You have at least one.
If that's all it takes, then I have come to unite the clans. So that's I'll play that role. But
let's not use the term clan. Let's not use the term clan. Okay.
No. That's a Braveheart reference. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
No, I know, but just I'm saying on YouTube. Let's just not.
Oh, I don't give a shit about political correctness. See, this is why we need a conservatarian government.
I don't either. I
This
don't.
culture is
either.
fucked.
I don't know. We just like,
You're-
but
you're good
there's
there.
certain words get you into.
Oh, okay,
get
I've
you
come
taken
to
down.
unite the tribes.
I don't have a
free-thinking
problem with.
peoples.
I
Is
do
that
not have a
better?
problem with Klan. That's Christian.
I've come
but I
to
don't have a
unite
problem
the
with it.
tribes of the
I don't have a
free-thinking
problem with that.
peoples.
I just don't want us to get flagged.
Does that sound
I don't
better?
think we're gonna for saying Klan. Why? Like
Well,
I've heard of people getting flagged for saying for
Klan,
mentioning-
Okay.
Klan.
Chris,
Come
don't
on.
worry. Officer Snaps doesn't watch us.
This is
Okay.
an entertainment show.
I don't think YouTube even knows this stream exists, so
Probably.
I wouldn't worry.
I'm hoping to keep it that way.
Oh, they
That's the
know.
only reason why you're allowed to speak freely, by the way, Jeff.
They strike
Anyways.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff gets more copyright strikes than anybody else I know for playing the exact same.
Yeah, but
music
only because y'all keep convincing me to play videos with copyrighted music in it that I keep telling you
but
no, I don't want to play.
Those videos were posted up by those same people on their channels that didn't get copyright struck. It doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
well, I'm getting copyright strikes for them. So, and
That's
I
why-
I know it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. I think people pay more attention to us.
Maybe because it's a live stream. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
they
although,
call
Although,
it
we're
out.
146 subscribers today, and we had 13 viewers when I joined.
There were like 18 at one point. This is our.
Wow. Yeah.
We keep
I'll try to
hitting
use
our
more
record
politically
every-
correct wording from now on.
Oh no, I'm just happy.
No,
I
you-
just-
no,
I was
you
like,
don't-
we
you
went
don't have
up 10 subscribers. We went 10 subscribers since yesterday, and
Okay,
And
so do y'all have a better suggestion than my proposal? Go.
Your
I
proposal is not-
like
your
our
proposal
current.
isn't wrong.
I'm not looking to change our current system. I like it.
You're part of the
works for me.
problem, then, Jeff.
It works
That's
for me.
why.
I'm part of
shit
your
should be done.
problem. I'm not part of my
Yes.
problem.
Just like what's his name, Dave Smith or whatever. You know, you're part of the problem.
Dave Smith.
Isn't he that libertarian?
Yeah, I'm
president
you know
guy?
what? I'm always part of somebody's problem. So just take a number and stand in line. I still like our.
Yeah, I think our system is actually is fine, but I mean, like everything you're saying in terms of as a proposed system of government, it's not necessarily bad, but in how do you get to from where we're at now to how do you get there in any kind of practical terms? Once again, you're like even like you're saying you're saying we get all the militias together, we all show up and we're all like, look, we all got a bunch of guns. And then our military goes, oh yeah, so do we, and our guns are faster and have more bullets, and then they mow that militia down.
Well,
It doesn't end well no matter what you do.
I've got more bad news for you then, because there's a lot of military members who aren't very happy with their current government either.
Yeah,
so
I know, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's a
Not
lot of
bad
people
news
that
for you,
are
iPhi.
programmed to follow orders, though.
Yeah, I got bad news for you, iPhi. A lot of those militias don't like each other, so they'll be
Yeah,
fine.
that's
too.
the problem. We got to get them all united. We got to get together, guys. Stop
Well,
arguing about stupid
How
shit.
about
so
instead
far
of
you're-
that?
You're doing a sucky job.
How about instead of militias, how about we focus on communities that are focused on doing actual positive things and start building from the ground up, like I always say, and instead of always trying to create some sort of revolutionary thing that's going to change everything overnight, because it just doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. Even the system of the government we have right now did not
I know.
happen
I like to
overnight.
do it for the drama. I was just doing it for theater. But I know you have to start voting locally, get your mayors involved, yada, yada, yada. and then-
I fuck voting. I'm talking.
You
I'm talking
yourself
creating
said strengthen
communities.
the local level, and then we like as it goes up, it gets weaker. So you yourself, were
and then
advocating.
100 years later, we might make like 1% progress or something in the right direction. You're right. I know.
No. I think we actually we can make a lot more progress if we focused on actual small community building and not so much on. I think politics honestly is a dead end. Right there.
And after 100 years, the current authoritarian socialists that are running the government won't give a shit because they'll have complete control, and it will be the literal,
Well, and
I
they'll be
don't, I
dead.
don't
you
think,
know,
I don't think they're gonna
fascist
have,
stuff
don't
that
even
they
have
keep
control now.
pretending they're not.
Right.
You know. But yeah. So I'm not a doomsdayer either, but like I said, my bunk in the forest will be nice and serene while it lasts, and then I'll wish you all the
we'll
best.
find you. Well,
Send us a postcard.
I'm a volunteer Fed department member, man. I'll find you.
That's fine.
mean,
You can come over. We'll have beers.
Where's your forest? What
I'm not
forest
telling
are
you. Fuck you and
don't
your
worry,
army.
we've already got tabs in the suit, Jeff. Like, don't even worry about it. Control, man.
But yeah, so that's why I'm not really worried. I'm probably not on any important lists because again, I have like 7 members on Gab. That
Yeah,
joined
you're really not on the
Conservatarian
important list. That's true. you're pretty low priority on the list right now, but you're, you keep talking that way, you might climb. You might be hitting, heading up for the bullet there.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, that's
gonna,
why I said non-peaceful.
we're keeping an eye on you.
Peaceful solutions. You got it. Non-violence is all I preach. Is pure non-violent solutions.
Sort of.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of part of the problem, though. We kind of.
What do you want me to do? Forsake my religion and just start killing all the baddies? Like, what do you want me to do?
Well, if you get violent, it gives us a reason to do something, and we're bored as feds. We get bored. We just really want to get in there.
Well, I'm in the catch-22, so I'm a pacifist, so I can only offer.
A violent pacifist.
Keep saying violent, Jeff. Name one thing.
I'm a pacifist too. I get what you mean. Yeah.
Name one thing that I said was violence.
He didn't say that it was violent, but
Jeff,
it would lead to violence. It would lead to violence.
He said it. He said,
"Well, I did make a comment about volcanoes and guillotines, and he did say one can dream, one has fantasy."
No, you were talking about someone else, and I was talking to that other guy in a separate conversation.
Oh, okay. So,
they had a very good conversation.
I was defending the one with the fantasy.
I was talking about my conservatarian movement not having a snowball stance in hell. I understand that, but I can still dream that it's possible with good intention.
Well, if it's depending on your advocacy skills and your representation, I would say yes, it is a snowball in hell.
What should I do, Jeff? What should I do to be more convincing to people?
I would say take a sales class or people skills, but I don't even know if that's I'm trying to evaluate your potential. And
what's wrong with let's just meet halfway. Let's go back to where the United States was at the beginning, with minus slavery. So without all the obvious stuff, what's wrong with going back to that kind of standard? What's so bad about America?
Because going back never works. That's why.
Because I'm not wearing those.
Why? Why is it? Why is being better going?
Yeah, the wigs too.
The power wigs aren't stylish anymore.
Why is the only option for the future authoritarian socialist regimes? Why is that
it's not the only? First of all, we already have a liberal democracy. There's that is also an option for the future.
Bullshit.
That is also an option.
The only way
to
forward
continue what we currently have. That's conservatism. Conserve what we currently have.
If
you don't sound conservative, you sound revolutionary.
Tweedledumber is any form of democracy, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, dude.
Well, I mean, I don't think
it's a form of democracy because I participate
on the federal government at that level anyway. We do depend more on our local governments. Really, we really do. We give a lot more credence to, and the local governments have a lot more effect on our lives. Honestly, Biden has in his senile asset, he doesn't really have that much effect on my life ultimately. And I mean, neither did Trump.
Oh, really?
I mean, except for
neither did Trump. 4 years of Trump, neither did he.
Oh, really?
I got my COVID money. That was helpful.
So the lockdowns didn't affect your life whatsoever.
They made it. The lockdowns were the best thing that ever happened to me.
The lockdown stopped.
Lockdowns were the dream.
Well, some people might disagree on the goodness of that
lockdowns.
outcome.
The lockdowns made Walmart go from 24 hours to 18 hours. So fuck Trump for that.
It certainly made it much more clear how incompetent our government is. That's a good thing that came out of that. I agree with that much. So, Jeff, I still didn't hear how I'm supposed to better and convince people to join the way.
Get better at logic. Get better
what
at
flaw in my logic did I present?
Persuasive rhetoric.
What flaw in my logic did I present in my presentation?
Here, I'll give you something.
Okay.
You need to find an actual, non-militia related, good first step to achieving any of your goals. That's what any movement needs. You need a good first step, and you don't have one.
So like a social club or something? Like what do you have in mind there?
Sure. That's something. At least that's something. They may not be the solution, but that's something. A social club is at least better than pie in the sky top down type solutions. Top down type solutions only work if you're at the top.
Do you think we should try and work with like the current Libertarian Party, for example? Do you think that would make any difference?
Might. I don't know. It's something.
I
I'm
couldn't
not
tell
saying-
you. I
I'm
don't
not-
know
I'm
what
not
I
gonna- I'm
have
not gonna tell you
libertarian
that's the
friends
answer,
that I'm able to work with. Just
I think the
fine.
current Libertarian Party is also part of the joke because, again, people think that,
I
that
kinda
they
do,
have
yeah.
a snowball's chance in hell of making any difference in this country. So that's the joke.
And I'll be honest, you had me a little bit at the beginning of your vision, and then when you brought in no taxes and militia and
We can have some taxes, but it's going to be
lost
so
it.
hard to get all of the freedom-loving citizens to agree to these taxes you propose. It'll almost never happen.
Yeah, because you're not just focusing on freedom loving, you're adding additional criteria.
Plus, you only got
So
three.
it has to be freedom loving and anti-tax and anti-federal government and
Yes.
anti-federal constitutional republic, etc.
No, I didn't
So
say
freedom is something more than just
anti-constitutional
freedom loving you're going after, and that's one of the
I never said
things I run into with
anti-constitutional republic.
libertarians is the liberty is not it's liberty plus all this other stuff plus the authoritarianism to enforce it all.
The authoritarianism of a libertarian government? Do you
Yes.
understand what those words
Yes,
mean?
the libertarians
Yes.
I talk to. Yes.
Yes.
It always comes in some kind of.
Same with the
Um,
communists.
Yeah, it's called corporatocracy.
Again,
Corporatocracy,
if the local
you look it up on
individuals
Bill
have all
Clinton.
the power, then how is it an authoritarian government?
Well, then what are you doing at your local level to increase its power?
I would promote all the virtues and values of
Okay,
conservatarianism.
but how and what are you doing currently? At your local
I
level?
freely exchange with other
Are
conservatarianisms and
you
help their
involved
businesses
in a local
prosper.
political? Are you involved in the campaign of a local official? Are you involved in community advocacy groups? Do you
Maybe you
go
should
to
run. Maybe you should run for
council
local
meetings?
office.
I know I have known generations of people who have tried all the things you just said and made zero progress and wasted
you
all
tried
those
it?
precious years of their life.
Well, you're smarter than they are. You do
We
it.
have a libertarian in the audience.
Being
you tried any
being
of it?
smarter than your audience isn't the solution, Hank. That won't present a good outcome.
Okay,
Then
well,
be
just
dumber then. I don't know.
But still, I mean, okay. I mean, AOC was a goddamn bartender. I mean, like, it doesn't mean that just because other people failed doesn't mean you couldn't.
And she has way more power than I do, so well.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
saying,
next time I'll get her.
I'm
Maybe
saying,
she
I'm
worked
saying
in a
you
bar
could
then.
learn. You could if you really care about that much about politics and being part of the political process, if that's really what you care about, then you could probably run for some. There are plenty of local office type seats in every government that most people don't even run. That like there's barely even any running for. That there's usually like people running unopposed all the time. You could run for one of those seats and you could start actually getting involved in government if that's really something you cared about doing. I wouldn't do that because I don't give a shit about politics. I think politics is a dead end. But I think that
I agree. That's why I just kind of present it as like a think tank type process and less of an actual political action.
I think building communities around art and around things that actually affect people's lives in a more direct and honestly affects their emotions more, which I think honestly matter more than hard facts and laws and stuff like that. I think doing things actually was that
Get pretty emotional. Politics can get pretty emotional.
Yeah,
If
people get pretty
I
emotional
you
about
said
it,
you
but I
were
mean-
you said you were Gen X. What
Yeah.
age range are you?
Mid 40s.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so you're around the same age as me then.
yeah. So
yeah.
you know, we all know that getting involved in politics ain't gonna do jack shit. So that's why I'm not even pretending like I'm gonna turn this country around or anything like that. But I just like to.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't think I'm not saying that's like the good solution that you should do. But I'm saying if that's where you care about the change happening, I mean that's where you'd have to start.
When I was 20 and dumb, I'd probably be talking about I'm gonna get involved in politics and I'm gonna start fixing shit. You just wait and see, guys. But like I said, I've grown a little wiser since then. So I'm like, yeah, I'll pass.
I've never wanted to be a politician. I feel like that's never been my.
You never been young and dumb in your 20s, and you thought you'd actually make a difference in our culture or
I
society.
never thought that.
Well, I'm making a difference now.
I'm
making more of a difference
I
now
still make a
than I
difference
ever
in
thought I
society
would
and
as a
culture,
kid.
but I don't think it's going to be through politics. I think it's going to be through community and through art and through helping fostering other people's art and helping develop artists that actually can change people's the way people think and the way people like to actually feel about things. I believe in actually changing hearts and minds, and I think the way to do that is not through political speeches or through creating laws and stuff like that. It's through actually affecting the way teaching and actually educating people in a way that they can actually wrap their heads around and actually teaching people how to learn and learning how and teaching people how to create for themselves and how to think for themselves. I think that's the thing we have to that's the thing we still have as human beings that we can do that can actually make a difference, and that's where we should all be focusing our efforts. If we're focusing our efforts on in focusing on things like creating great new political systems and everything, I mean, it's all well and good, but unless you actually have a ground floor to build off of, you've got nothing. And therefore, and until we have that ground floor, we're just sitting here just it's just masturbatory at a certain point. So I just don't see the point in constantly, I mean, I don't think you're necessarily wrong with everything you're saying. I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad political system. It just doesn't sound like one that's ever going to happen in any of our lifetimes, unless we really do have a violent revolution or something by such people, and they do violently take over the government and institute such a thing. And so, it's done. It's and as a Christian, as you said, you're anti-violence, and so am I. I'm also some racial a non-traditional Christian, but nonetheless, and I'm very much a personally a pacifist, even though I'm not necessarily anti-conflict, but I personally don't want to have to cause or get to any
there's always a numbers game. If one guy
violence
is killing 10 million guys, you have to take the one guy out. That's your moral obligation. But
Dennis, come up and share
if you
your
can.
wisdom.
So basically, I thought you need to figure out how to turn your circle jerk into a clusterfuck.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
I thought you need to turn your circle jerk into a clusterfuck.
Okay, let's do it. You bring the beer. So are we telling me, Chris, is that arguing politics on the internet was a waste of my time? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
It's not about arguing politics. No, I'm just talking about once you get past the point of just presenting your point, you're saying, what can we do? And I'm saying, well, what we can do is very limited on the political side. We can talk. I mean, I enjoy talking about this stuff. I enjoy the theory. But when we're talking about but when people get in this place where they're like, we need to do this. This is how we need to do things. So we need to do it like this. We need to do it like this. That's when I start getting okay, so now you're getting into odds and things not just things that you think would be good, but things that are the best way, right? This is what's going to change things. Okay, then we're at the point where you have to start looking at, okay, so how do we do that? And if we're not talking about how we're going to do it, then what are we getting all what are we getting all emotional about? What are we getting upset about? Because we're just kind of just fucking around then. So it's fine. I mean, I don't mind fucking around about politics, but I'm just saying it's I'm just at my point at being in my early 40s right now, and my life, my focus, my goal is all I'm looking for ways things I can start and things that I can actually do that might have a real impact. And as far as I can tell, politics is never going to be that way for me. So, I guess I am, to a degree. I'm getting a little bored with politics in general. Just I'm getting tired. I'm getting to the point where I don't even really care much about talking about them.
Well, maybe that's the plan that they have, is to get you so black-pilled that politics are
new rule. Who's they?
Whoever's using politics effectively right now.
And welcome, NeuroJack.
That's like millions of people. Everybody.
Well, if you were king for a day, the first thing you would probably do is make it so you didn't really have competition, right?
I won't settle for anything less than emperor, by the way. So
exactly,
I agree.
It doesn't tell me who they is, but we can fuck around about God too. We were doing that earlier, and Jack, I posted those technology articles you sent me as well.
Well, I'm saying logically, if you wanted to stay king, you would try and figure out a way to make.
Who's the king in America? There's no kings in the U.S., so I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just simplifying it.
Jeff. I'm king all on my. I'm king of my own.
I'm simplifying the argument, but whoever is in charge would logically try to prevent other people.
Who they are? Is this just some vague topic?
Is that the military-industrial complex? Would they be king?
I think that's a better bet than politicians.
Or how about cronyism and pick your favorite mega corporation?
Well, they're all working together. It's a synergistic thing in my opinion.
Big pharma.
Because the system wouldn't operate without that.
So it's an influence. Okay.
They all have the same. They all have similar.
Well, okay.
Goals.
What's your? Okay. Hold on, Jeff. What's your inference then?
I don't have a they. I don't think there's this single group that's
Rocks
coordinating.
that are dark colored.
Okay.
Hold
Well,
on. Let's
I'm not
announce
a
a favorite
conspiracy.
megacorps.
I don't have a they. You
Oh,
very well
BlackRock.
talk about it.
iPhi, what's your favorite mega corporation right now?
I'm gonna go with Google. Control all the
Okay.
information.
I love that
Wait.
question.
What's
Okay,
I'm
let's
gonna go
all
with
the information?
IBM.
Okay, wait. Y'all keep fighting. I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Okay,
Go ahead.
wait.
I love that. I
Let's-
love that question so much, Hank. I'm like, what's your favorite mega corporation? I don't know.
Actually, maybe
Jeez,
I think
like,
Facebook.
oh, it's so hard. You got Pfizer, you got
Disney?
BlackRock,
I
you
don't
got-
know.
Oh man,
I like Facebook
Jeez.
because they maintain a whole lot of good tools. So they actually contribute to the B2RFS file system. They've sped up PHP a lot. I don't personally have a Facebook account, but I think my favorite.
Doesn't
right now
Google
based
have
on
a model
the
to, like,
technology
do no
contributions
harm
would
or
be
something?
Facebook.
Oh, Google's old slogan was "Don't be evil." They
Yeah.
dropped that about 10 years ago, though.
Oh,
And
whoops. Conflict
if
of
you guys
interest.
don't mind, can we slow? Can we pump the brakes a little?
No,
Okay.
what's your favorite mega corporation, NeuroJack? We need to know.
Disney, because they control the culture.
not too well anymore, and they not as badly as they've been doing. I think them letting J.J. Abrams fully kill off Star Wars did them a lot of bad social capital.
Make it a woman. Make it gay.
NeuroJack, what's your favorite mega corporation?
I think he tapped out.
Yeah. Oh my, he doesn't have a pick. We need
All
a
of the
stock pick.
above. Whichever one's willing to pay me the most is the answer, Hank.
Of course.
I
Chris,
did ask the AI.
Chris, what's your favorite mega
Lindsay.
corporation?
It says it's a large language model and doesn't have personal preferences like favorites.
Okay.
It's just here to provide information.
Oh,
Right. Okay.
So, what do you guys think about the
Ask
culture
it who its
war?
daddy is.
Are we winning or losing?
Winning or
Hold it.
losing
No,
what?
no, hold it. We need to know everyone else's mega corporation picks. Chris,
Okay.
what's your
Yeah,
favorite
my
mega
favorite
I
mega
don't
corporation.
have that.
That's a tough question. Like, if I could get any of them,
StreamYard, is that a mega corporation?
if I could get any of them to pay me money, I'd probably like that one. But like right now, I have no income. I'm broke, and the mega corporations are all kind of fucking are all ignoring my phone calls. So
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
guess I'm
alphabet.
kind of on the outs of all of them right now. But
Let me see which. Try to get a list and I'll pick one.
I guess I do participate in YouTube, so I guess YouTube's I guess Google, I guess just
Yeah, that'd
because
be
like
alphabet.
I'm on YouTube.
Can you guys hear me? Let
Yes.
me ask Jeff this real quick.
No, what's
Jeff,
your
are you-
mega corporation pick or no ask? What's your mega corporation pick?
Apparently we have a new host today, a moderator.
Yeah.
Jeff, who do you think is the they? Do you think no one's running the country?
I answer that. I don't have a they. That's your word. You have to come up with
Okay.
an effort for it.
So you don't think anyone is running the country? The country is just
I think it's a
okay. So
collection
you
of
don't know,
competing-
but then you think that no one can know. Is that what you're saying?
Is it the orange?
I don't
juice?
think there is a they. So I don't.
Okay, so you think it's a diverse mix of different groups working together,
Right, all with
Yeah,
competing.
is he like
interests, yes.
Jeff doesn't like using the term they because he feels like it'd be cultural
Okay.
misappropriation from the
From the
conspiracy theorists,
non-binaries. Yeah.
he doesn't want to culturally appropriate the conspiracy theories.
Okay,
of
well
culture, He doesn't
let's
wanna use
narrow
it
down what he
terminology.
thinks is going. Well, let's narrow down what he thinks is going on, since he thinks that my
No,
interpretation
no.
that it's the
Describe it.
No,
military.
let's pick your favorite mega
It's a
corporation.
broad, diverse collection of competing.
Okay,
interests.
let's talk
using
about the
the
broad, diverse collection of things going on. Then let's talk about that.
I'm getting a drink. Let me
No,
know when you
good.
pick your favorite mega corporations, NeuroJack.
Yeah, I know.
Amazon is my favorite.
Tell your mega corporation so he can
Good
get
pick.
this spurg out of his system.
Amazon is my favorite because they're the most personally useful to me.
Yeah, they
Good
used to be
answer.
my favorite too, but then they fired me, so now I don't like them much anymore.
Oh yeah, they're an evil corporation, but they're the most useful to me. So.
Yeah,
don't
their
like
insurance
any
was
of it.
great for me. They were very useful to me too when I worked for them. They paid me pretty well.
Okay, so let's talk about this because look, you guys are saying politics are useless. I disagree. Let's talk about who.
I did not.
Okay, I know, but let's talk about who you think is running the show. Let's talk about that broad, diverse
I don't
group of
think
people.
anyone is running the show. I don't think it's like a bus and there's one person driving.
it
I think
lizard
there's like
people?
I didn't
multiple
say.
steering
I didn't
wheels.
say. I didn't say
Multiple
that.
people
I
are
didn't
trying
say
to make
that.
it
I
go
didn't say
together.
that. I
Well,
didn't
when you
say that.
they, when
So
you
who?
say
So
they,
who do you think? So who do you think is running it?
okay, one more time.
You said a
Well,
broad.
he's saying
You said.
he's saying
You
groups.
said.
There's
Like
many,
what kind
many
of
drive,
the
many
Okay,
steering wheels
I
and
understand
levers
that.
and many
I understand. So who do you? So can you name some of them at least?
No,
Can you name like
no.
3 or 4 or 5 or
No.
6
Can you
or?
name some days?
Is it the Illuminati?
Okay, so you have the politicians, you have the corporations,
You have the
people,
yeah, all of those.
you
Yeah.
have the military.
Lobbyists, military, big business, big science.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, all of them.
Right. Right.
And I don't
Exactly.
think any of them are on a single page together, coordinated at all.
Some of them are on the same page. Socialists love each other, and they love authoritarians. They go
Well,
hand in hand.
look. There's a difference between a parasite which kills a host and a parasite which lives symbiotically with the host. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
What-
and I
how
mean,
does
Like
I
a good
agree- I
parasite is
How
going to
does
live
that balance
symbiotically.
Who is your they?
The bad guy.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's a bunch of different things operating. So if you want to be interested in changing politics, you have to take into consideration all the different moving parts. Would you agree or not?
Yeah, I do more or less. I mean, I vote every
Okay,
election.
so where's the disagreement then?
That there's this they.
Well, I'm not really using they in the way you're kind of straw manning my position, in my opinion.
Well,
Yeah,
when I
mean,
asked you who
it
they
is-
was, that's what
it is a
started
lot
this
easy.
conversation.
It is a lot easier to just say they as opposed to saying than listing out every single.
Yeah, I mean, I can name
Well,
the military industrial
uses
complex. I
they,
can
and
name.
then he uses a verb like they is taking this single action that's unified. They are
Well,
controlling it.
if-
They
if-
want you to believe this. They want you to believe that. The
if
thing
you
that,
run
the
a-
thing that
okay.
they want you to do is going to be different for each group.
If you run a restaurant, you need a they to run the restaurant. It doesn't mean they all agree, but they have to
Yeah, but
have
the
some
country's
shared
not a
interest.
restaurant.
They have to have a shared interest to get
It's
anything
like an
done.
entire city of mini restaurants. It's
They
not even-
work on. I agree with you, but I'm saying let's take it on a simple level. You have a group of people in an organization that all don't really agree on much, but they have a shared valued interest that you have to incentivize them to put aside what they want to get a job done. Right?
That doesn't sound like the
I
federal
think the
government
answer
to
is
me at
money.
all.
It's big banks. Is that the
Well,
Even individual
that's a part of it.
even like within the FBI, within the CIA, within the military, within each individual part, there's competing interests and agendas, and they're constantly having to fight each other, even within
I
their own
agree,
department.
but they do overlap at some degree. At some point, those Venn diagrams overlap. Correct?
Are they fighting, or are they just putting on
Maybe
theater at this
I don't
point?
even
I
know
don't
that. Maybe for like in specific moments for specific goals, they might be able to come together briefly to get.
Well, they must, or the
I
country
don't
would be
think they
in
stay in
chaos,
a
right?
state of overlap.
If they must overlap, or we would see complete bedlam and
So
mayhem and
this is
destruction.
inference from observed effect. You're observing the effect.
Okay, so there is bedlam and mayhem and
You're trying
So-
to infer what would cause it to run that particular way.
Okay, so what's
At the same time, you have to admit that is exactly how we come to the conclusions about things like dark matter and things like that. We see the effects of them. We don't know what they are. We know that this
Right, those
there.
are inferences. Inferences is not knowledge. It's a step, like a first baby step on the path to. It is.
But you
people
accept
are very
gravity.
dogmatic about their inferences.
But you
And
accept
inferences
gravity
don't
even though it's an
call for
inference.
dogma.
You
They
accept
call for
gravity even
very
though it's an
tentative
inference.
Caution.
You accept gravity, but it's an inference, correct?
Yeah, I accept gravity.
But it's an inference, correct?
I accept gravity more than I accept a they
But
coordinated.
it is an inference, is it
It's
not?
an inference, though. It is. I mean, that's
You-
the only. I mean,
We've had the
point.
conversation about gravity on stream before. We
I know,
proved
but
it.
that-
okay.
Why do y'all
we're
keep
using it
bringing
as
up
an analogy.
gravity?
But
Which is an
I'm trying to
analogy.
get to a definition of inference. Like you use inference as if it's something that we don't accept. So do you accept inference?
I just explained what inference was.
But do you accept
It's the
inference
first
as a
step. It's not the final product of knowledge. It's not the.
Yeah,
it's
and
not.
Okay.
I think we both.
I agree with you.
Jack both agree about that. We don't.
Okay,
think
so when
that
y'all
it's
bring up
final
inference,
technology.
y'all seem to want to stop there and start the narrative as though inference is evidence, and I try to push inference to the level of evidence. Like, okay, that's a good starting point. Let's explore further and see what.
Well,
is
I'm
at
just
the-
trying to get to a
the
definition. I'm
reality
just trying to.
behind it all, and then we end up in these kind of conversations.
Well, I'm just trying to get to a definition of
'Cause I
inference that
think
you'll
you're very
accept.
attached to your inference as evidence, and I'm more attached to using it as a first step to get to the actual evidence.
I agree with
Okay.
you.
So I think there's
I'm
always
on the
gonna
same
be
page
this
with you.
disconnect
I
when we
don't
talk.
see what you're disagreeing with me about. I'm not making a claim other than to say I have an inference. Now let's take it to the next step.
Okay, and we did. I broke down who I thought this they was.
Okay, and I
you're
agree
seeing
with
the
your.
system
And
run
I
a certain
agree.
way, and you're drawing conclusion that there's this overlapping Venn diagram between all of these inches, and I'm not
Well,
drawing that conclusion.
okay.
Hey guys, can I
The
volunteer an
system does
answer?
not appear to work to me like off of this single coordinating principle.
Hey Jack, can I
Even the
volunteer an
president,
answer?
who's at the center of it, can't even get everybody to do everything in coordination.
Hey Jeff, can I volunteer an answer?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
They are the immoral authoritarian socialists. Now go.
Okay. Well, who are they? Where are they?
Currently they are the DNC working with the CCP and the MIC.
Well, I'll take
show
your.
show me that. Show me those.
I'll take your they further than that. If ifi or ifi or whatever.
iPhi.
I'll take it further than that. I say the they is we. The reason why we have those authoritarian socialist or whatever you want to call it is because people accept that in their personal life, and so they accept that as their government.
Hey,
Well,
them
then-
fighting words.
just
I
gonna
am
step out of this
emperor of the
conversation because you're
Conservatarian
not
Party,
talking
mind
about
you.
me.
Fuck them. I'm the
Well,
opposite. of them.
enough people see it in their best interest to go along to get along. That is the argument that I am trying to
That's
make.
the political system we've had from jump. Yes, you're right. About
Yes, exactly.
That's
So what are
how
we disagreeing about, Jeff?
constitutional federal republic works.
Exactly.
Jeff and I
I agree.
agree on how
That is
effective
how
we
it
are
works,
at
yes.
fighting them. We're not doing a very good job, is what he said.
Of course, that's my point too. Where are we disagreeing?
We're in the same.
I don't see your
conversation we were
membership in the
yesterday where
Conservatarian
the
Club. What
people
are
that you
doing?
think should win elections are not winning. So there's a conspiracy that's preventing that from happening.
Right. So
Instead
you
of
need
just
to get
politics
more.
Working
need to
itself
con-
out organically.
You
Okay.
need to convince.
Okay,
You
right
need to
now
convince-
go to gab.com and sign up with the Conservatarian Social Party, and we'll start moving.
Well, here's what I would
I
argue.
don't mind if you promote. If you give me a link, I'll promote it.
Okay, here I'll. Put
I'm
it
not
in.
on Gab
Yeah.
myself. I don't mind.
Yeah,
if
look.
you promote it.
Look, here's the thing. Look, I'm going to steel man everyone's argument here. Me and Jeff agree. Me and Iffy agree. Let's just take, for example, the conservatarian movement is the answer. Okay? Let's just take that as a given, right?
I put it in private.
Now, let's say that is the solution and that we agree that, okay, there's this overlapping groups of people that are all looking out for their self-interest is whatever, right? How are you going to convince enough people to get involved in that movement and actually make a difference? Let's say you need 3 to 5% of the U.S. population to stop playing the game that we're currently playing and say, hey, I'm going to have to sacrifice my paycheck, my time, my energy, my effort, and actually get something done, right? How are you going to convince those people to get into sacrifice? You're going to need to
advocacy,
We also have
people-
a Discord if
persuasive
you
rhetoric,
right.
propaganda.
Well, yeah. My point is, people are going to have to feel emotionally and
yeah, pathos.
yes, they're going to have some sort of urgency. So how are we going to get enough people? You can try to get 1,500 people to join a party, but you need 15 million to really start cracking.
That's why y'all really need to up
even
your game and
crack
get
up,
better
like
at
a
making
couple
your
percent.
case.
Yeah.
Right, because you don't need that many people. You need 100 people in every city and county government to really start making an impact. That's not that many people in the whole United States, really. It's
because voter turnout is low anyway. You don't need
exactly right. You don't need, and look,
1/3 of people that vote, and
look, here's the Yeah, and here's what I would say, rather than start a conservatarian party, why don't you just send conservatarians into either A, the Democrat, or the B, the Republican parties, and take it over? That's a much easier thing to do than try and create a third party.
I think the Republican Party right now is ripe for some group with a vision to come in.
I totally agree. Like
the woke have done with the Democratic Party.
I say go after both parties at the same time. They're both pretty weak.
I agree with you, Hank. I think you're exactly right.
If we could only finally pit them against each other in blood sports, we might actually get somewhere. If we could just get all the Republican Party and the Democrat Party to get into like the arena and actually fight it out.
Two men
real quick, iPhi
style, but like last one stand.
iPhi. Do you want me to put the Discord link as well?
Sure, why not? More the merrier.
iPhi has a Discord. I'm going to drop that link too.
There's one whole member there. It's me.
I just joined. There's 4 now.
That's
although I would say conservatarian doesn't sound a lot different from enlightened centrist, but it's fine though.
We're easy. We can work with other groups.
Sub-faction.
Well, look. Here's what I would say. Look, if you want to make an impact, you're either A, going to have to be a very well-rounded person, or B, you're going to have to be emotionally manipulative and probably lie, because you're going to have to get people from both the left and the right.
I think lying is a short-term solution. I don't think it's going to get you where you're trying to go.
Well, I'm not saying that lying is a solution. What I'm saying is you're going to have to get people on your side somehow. You're going to have to find a way to figure it out. And the thing here's
making your case.
Then clearly we need to nominate the Rizzler.
Well, people don't respond to logic, is my point. People don't respond to logic.
Yeah,
ethos, logos, pathos. So first you have to establish ethos. You have to establish your credibility and why they should listen to you in the first place. Then when you do that, you can make logical arguments that reach the people that respond to logic, and you can
Well, in order to do that, you have to understand where they are, is what I'm saying. You have to understand where they are coming from first. Like, you don't just go and sell somebody
your own credibility.
You look, if you want to sell a house, you don't just meet someone and say, "Hey, I got a house to show you." You sit down, you figure out what do you need, what do you want, what can you afford, what's your situation, how many kids do you have, how many kids do you intend to have.
Like, you're looking for people that have you're not trying to like find out what other people's vision are. You're looking for people who already have the vision that you have.
Well, my point is you can't sell people shit they don't want.
And you were in sales, so you'd be better positioned to answer this than even me. Like,
that's why that's everything I've been talking. That's everything I've been talking about yesterday, the day before, 2 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, 5 months ago. I mean, this is what I've been talking about.
I would tell you the same thing I told iPhi is just get better at what you're doing.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is you want the same thing.
There's no one better at conservatarianism than me.
Well, get better at selling it.
Okay. If you join my club, you also get a cookie and some stickers.
Eat cookie.
Well, I just joined the Discord, so I'll be waiting for my cookie.
Oh, okay. Do you accept internet cookies?
Hopefully it got weed in it.
Yeah. Or one of those
marijuana would be legal in my country, by the way, because we got way better things to worry about.
Legal now.
No, it's not.
Where I am, it is.
Well, get all the states to agree.
Your Discord is Fedesy? Are you a fan of like that? Is that girl Bridget Fedesy or something like that? What's up with that?
My Discord?
Yeah, it's a discord.gg/Fedesy.
No, it's
that's just the Discord random string of
the company randomly picked words. I didn't name it that.
That's hilarious.
It's funny, yeah.
Actually, I do like Fedesy. She's pretty funny.
Yeah, Bridget Fedesy's all right. I was like, I'm just wondering if you're a fan of her. So
I ironically am, but the Discord picked it. I didn't pick that.
That's just funny. It's just a funny coincidence. I forgot about the fact that Discord like randomly assigns letters to the Discords. Like I forgot about that shit.
But I used to Discord like 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I've since kind of retired since then because I got burned out trying to convince people of stuff. So I might give it another go. We'll see.
Let's be honest. The Discord sucks. I mean, let's just be honest.
Well, yeah. One time I set up boys have a
I kinda like
penis
it.
and girls have a vagina, and they kicked me off of Discord. So I was like, okay, I'm not allowed to talk here. So
That happened on Reddit. I can't use Reddit because I keep getting kicked off. or
that's why I
banned.
use Gab. Gab is actual free speech, and I'm only on Discord because people have heard of it.
Ooh,
That's the only reason.
No, I got ghosted and kicked out of Gab, so it's not really that.
What did you say to get
You
kicked out of
got kicked off a Gab?
You cannot get
No,
kicked
not me. I got
Gab.
Ghost from True Capital's Radio kicked off. He attacked Andrew Torba's autistic son.
No, you have to like post
I
like
thought maybe somebody went for David Duke or something. That's
you have to like post CP on Gab to get kicked off. That's the only way you'll
Can
get
I,
kicked
can I
off.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Iffy? I'm sorry,
Yeah, what's
Iffy. What's it? How do I say
iPhi.
your name, sir?
iPhi.
iPhi, sorry.
I'll never be able to say that. Every time I'm going to say your name, I'm going to say EP.
It's the Greek
do you-
letter, dude. Get an education.
I know, but
Do you-
just the I and the
You're supposed to be educating us.
Do you think that Gab is, or the people who started Gab, people who are doing that whole libertarian movement, or whatever they are, do you think that do you believe in the idea of psychological operations?
I don't think you can get around it. Everything is a psychological operation.
I tend to agree, but do you think that they are?
Are they humans and are they biased? Yes. Do
well,
they allow free speech? That's why I'm there.
Well, my point is, do you?
really should have branded it better.
I
Gab
got.
is a
Let
terrible
me
name.
explain why. I got kicked off of Twitter after Elon took over and promised free speech.
What
And
did you do?
I simply asked the question: is the ADL allowed to tell us what we are allowed to say on this platform? And he kicked me off for that.
Are you serious?
Okay,
Elon
he
himself,
he
or
didn't
just
personally.
Twitter?
Elon didn't fire every fucking woke person.
His algorithm kicked me off for asking
I
if
don't.
the
What was
ADL
objectionable
is
about that?
allowed to tell
Yeah,
us what
I
we're
don't know
allowed to
either.
talk about.
Yeah, you should not have been kicked out for that for sure.
No,
That's
I
not
don't
even
think
against the
so.
rules.
Oh yes, you should. You know,
Because that's
we all
hate
know.
speech, because I'm anti-Semitic, obviously. For
It's a
asking-
private
But, I mean,
company.
but
Twitter
Elon
is
Musk
full
is
of
fucking
anti-Semitism.
Elon Musk is suing the ADL right now.
It doesn't matter that his algorithms kicked me, so I said, "Fuck your platform." When it is
Well,
free
I don't
speech,
blame
I'll
you.
give it another go. But
I don't
Good luck,
blame you.
buddy.
I don't blame you. I don't use Twitter anyway. Twitter's a system.
Well, but
I
that's the thing
tested
is,
Gab and said all of the offensive things and never got kicked off or even
But-
warned for what I was saying. So you can say whatever you want on Gab.
but look, here's the thing. People don't like free speech, so you got to go there
Well,
where
fuck
they
them.
don't like it.
Yeah, fuck
Then they
them,
can move to their
exactly,
own
yeah.
country. My country supports
Well,
free
you got-
speech.
You got to take over the country in order to start.
I'm
leading-
emperor,
No,
motherfucker.
we already have free speech. It's written into our constitution. We just
Well,
have to.
You know, it's on a piece of paper that people seem to wipe their ass with. So I mean,
We
it's
just
really
have
kind
to
of a
fight
dead
efforts to
document.
encroach on that right. And-
NeuroJack.
That
NeuroJack.
that means
ensure
a
that
hell
it
of a
gets
privilege if you get to
enforced.
wipe your ass
And
with
the
the
Supreme
Constitution,
Court
the real one.
it's already backed us multiple times.
That's a flex. But
Let me explain the
Well, the
rules.
Supreme Court ain't really doing nothing to protect your free speech right now, are they?
I don't know. I
mean,
could say. I pretty much could say.
Let me
whatever
give you an example of how it would work in my country. So I'm the emperor, and you're allowed to say anything you want about me. So that's the rules. That's what free speech is. You can insult me.
I'm allowed to call you a pedo.
Yeah, you
Well,
can call
when
me
you get-
whatever you want, and you have to back it up if you want to get me.
well,
Is my gun considered free speech though?
Or what?
Nothing.
Our
I just-
gun.
Well,
are the
well-
bullets in my gun considered free speech? I mean, if I
As long as you don't hurt anybody, sure.
well, look, here's the thing though. If you really believe, if you really allow that as an emperor, you're going to end up being Gaddafi'd as an emperor, in my opinion. I mean, let's just be honest here.
I'm just saying I actually support free speech, whether or not it's convenient for me or not. So
Well, then you're going to end up exactly in the situation that we're in right now, because people are going to be smarter at.
this point.
No,
You know, just like
But
No,
that,
you're
that
good.
hasn't happened in the
Like, you know.
past. People can criticize our leaders here. Nothing happens.
you can criticize certain leaders.
Well, our highest leader is the executive branch. Who
If
can't
you
be
want to know
criticized?
who's really in
Not
charge,
really.
find out who
See,
you're not allowed
okay,
to
so-
criticize.
Okay, so hold on.
I see Biden getting criticized.
Hold
all
on,
the time. Don't tell me you
Jeff.
can't.
Jeff,
For
wait a
example,
second.
on Discord, you can't point out that boys have a penis and girls have a vagina.
Yeah,
That'll
you
get you
can.
kicked off.
Well, you can't even do that on YouTube. Yeah, you are. But okay, hold on, Jeff. You said, wait a second. You said that the president is the highest office in this land. So isn't that a they?
What? No, that's a he. So if you're talking about like
course he.
people controlling, psyoping America's, if you mean Biden, just say Biden.
And let's face it, Biden ain't smart enough to psy up anybody. So
Right. So what are we really talking about then? Is the
that's why I
president the
keep-
highest?
that's why I keep asking you.
Is it the corpse of a demented pedophile really a threat to you guys? I mean,
The
seriously.
president is one branch of government.
Okay, so now we have so we have three days. We have the
Right.
executive.
We don't have any kind of unitary authority over the three branches. They're co-equal, which is
we
one
have
thing
a
I like
trinity.
about
So
our-
we have a trinity of days, correct?
right. We have the
Yes.
Supremes. What are there?
Okay,
Seven of them?
okay,
much like
okay.
they are
We
3
have
and 1.
the executive branch with Biden at the top of that pyramid, and then we have the legislative branch. And you can maybe say the Speaker of the House or the Senate Majority Leader if you need a top of that pyramid. So there's two people there.
The feds.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
So
I was
And do
gonna
you
say,
think they're all
to answer your
coordinating? You
question
think the
earlier,
Supreme
but
Justices?
mega corporations, the feds, clearly. Feds, my favorite mega.
Trump had all three branches of government they couldn't
Oh,
even
okay.
pull off.
Like
Okay,
the guys
guys.
that
Trump's
help
such a man.
the people inside the Capitol building, the feds. You know, the guys
Look,
that are saying,
guys,
"Come over
look,
here,
look.
get in the building."
let's pump the brakes. Slow down. Hold on. We have a trinity of days running the government.
That's why I
right?
said, "Don't go in the Capitol building."
So Jeff,
So
we
you're
have
talking about the Supreme Court is the one trying to manipulate and psyop people and get
No,
them to think.
look, we have. So no, I'm just trying to get on the same basis with you. You're saying we have a trinity of days running this country. Okay, so we have the executive branch.
No,
We have
they're
the.
at the top of the government.
Okay, so
They're in a position
okay.
of responsibility. I'm not saying they're running the country.
Okay.
What's running the country is way more complex than just what's at the top of that trinity. That's representative
Okay.
of what's running.
But you're someone who believes that if we want to change the way things are in the politics, we need to change the government to some degree. So we need to address at least three
You need to
branches
use
of
the
government.
political process. It depends on what you want to change. It depends on what level.
Well,
Like
my
what
point is, if you don't
level
change,
to make
look,
the change. Did you
Okay.
change it through the courts? Do you change it through like Congress?
well,
is
you
it
would
executive
necessarily
order?
need to change all three, right? You would necessarily need to change all three, correct?
Depends on what it is you want to change.
Well, if you want to
Every
make any
specific is
actual,
going to be different.
if you want to make any actual impact, you'd have to address all three branches to some degree, right?
And if you can't change any of them, then you live in an
Depends
authoritarian
on
government,
what
and you're up
impact you're
shit
trying to
creek
make.
without a paddle. That's
Okay,
my
so-
whole point.
Right. So
Oh, so the government's relatively less authoritarian to me than it is to you because I have more influence
If
than
you-
you do.
You need a libertarian government because if you can't change it, then you're already in an authoritarian government and you're fucked. There's nothing you can do after that point. So you
Well, I
just
can't
bend
change
over.
it still, so it's
And the
relatively
most you can
more
do is attempt to
libertarian.
change it. You have to have it has to be persuasive enough to actually make the change.
I'm just saying I have more leverage than you, therefore it's more freedom for me than for you.
Plus, we should have more personal responsibility and less villages raising our children anyway. So
I agree with that. And
Which you would automatically
with
have
freedom
a
comes
conservatarian
responsibility.
country.
Yes.
So, fellas, the culture war. Are we winning or losing? How's that going?
I think
well-
it's turning.
I think it's actually turned more in our favor, and then in the last couple of years than it has for a long time. I think
Has
the backlash against the woke culture shit is definitely very, very
Yeah,
noticeable
like
at this
the
point.
Harvard, those presidents that testified.
I think there's just been shuffling of CEOs, and that's about the best we could have asked for.
I'm talking about, but the market, capitalism still does matter, and that's the biggest they of anything. It's just like that is the capitalist system has more or less the market has been speaking quite loudly against a lot of this woke culture shit, and is definitely the loss of money that Disney and such has incurred has definitely made a difference in their viewpoints going forward.
Yeah, I find it's really embarrassing to have your CEO shuffled by someone else instead of you. So I think I would take that as a win.
I don't know. I mean, if you actually won, wouldn't their company be shut down because they were suffering such catastrophic failure? Because shuffling a CEO is not that hard. You just, take out one guy and put in the same guy.
Well, if you shuffle your CEO 3 times in quick succession, your company's probably just going to be shut down. So
And the reason why I asked, because earlier I was on a Discord server and I asked the people, do they think the left and the right wing are equally racist? And somebody said, yeah, they're about the same. And so
yeah, it was me. I said about the same.
No, I said that too. There's racism
I know
on both sides. I think it's way worse on the left lately.
Yeah. Well, okay, I wouldn't say
Okay,
The
Jeff,
right
but the
racism
younger
is
people
very
think it's about the
extreme.
same. The younger people think it's about the same.
Yeah,
the racism that's on the left is worse racism. It's not even
Okay,
just
Chris,
more
the
racism.
the youth of your nation think it's about the same, or still that the right wing people are the racist
Well, the
people.
right wing people are more openly racist, and the Democrat people are more crypto racist, where they act like they really support all races, but they really just like it's all the racism of low expectations and
Like,
Yes.
why are all these minorities shifting over to the Republican Party if it's so racist?
I know. I
Because they're
shipped
tired
away
of being
from the
pandered
Republican
to by
Party.
the
I
Democrats.
left it. I left the Republican Party because Trump's a terrible manager. So I left
The youth
Republican
doesn't
Party.
care
I
about
used to be
statistics,
in it.
by the way. They just it's a
Well,
culture
no one
war.
should care about statistics because statistics are bullshit and easy to manipulate. So
Yeah,
Statistics absolutely has a role.
It helps you inform you of like what the current trends are, at least.
if you can trust them and they're not manipulated, but they're always
Well, if
manipulated.
just like a doctor, if you can trust your doctor, people that use
There's another fun
statistics
topic.
appropriately and
get to know my
responsibly
doctor.
can
I
be
can't get to know
trusted.
my statistician.
What do you guys think about Western medicine? Is that pretty reliable these days?
Yeah, I love it.
yes. If you lost a limb, you can make a automail thing.
How about the American healthcare system? Do you think it needs any
Except
improvement?
personally for me, with
I
vaccine,
live in a
yes,
state with
more or less
expanded
for the
Medicaid,
no.
and I'm for more of that type of stuff.
Do you think the current cronyist socialist system is working for our medical field in the United States?
No,
Okay,
I think there are opportunities to reform healthcare.
Yeah, healthcare.
I don't know if they're realistic opportunities because there's so many competing interests at
That's
all
very
levels.
true. Yeah, but I do support. I agree with Jeff, but I support massive healthcare and also immigration reform by leaps and bounds. I support those things wholeheartedly.
I think the insurance and the government have already formed a monopoly to the point where they
Yeah, I don't know if
barely
it's a
think anymore.
monopoly, and I don't know if it's unbreakable.
Oh, I do.
but
I
It's
know it is.
definitely it's going to definitely be an uphill battle.
You always
the insurance companies are the problem.
You can always spot a monopoly when you can see the rates they're charging. So if you've looked at how much healthcare costs lately, you'll know what's going on.
Yeah, well, but you only see the rates they're charging once you get the bill. That's part of the problem. There's no transparency, and therefore that which completely destroys any concept of competition in the medical market. Which if there was if hospitals had to post their prices like a fast food joint, you would see a lot. You would see like the need for insurance companies would disappear pretty quickly because people would be able to actually decide that, oh, this hospital is a good hospital and it charges a lot less than this one. People would actually have that option. Right now, it's like you go to whatever hospital, of course, you can get to, and then you get there and you find out later on that they charge you $5,000 for a Tylenol, and that the reason they do that is because they know that whenever they negotiate with the insurance companies are going to negotiate them down to much lower prices. So they set those prices for everyone. So if you don't have insurance, then you owe them $5,000 for a Tylenol, and that kind of thing is just a racket. It's an absolute bullshit racket.
But don't worry, just make the government bigger. They'll solve the problem for you.
Well, I don't want to make the government bigger.
That's why we're going to get Medicare for all or whatever, or universal health care and all that stuff.
Well, that can be achieved without the massive amounts of that's my wife.
I was waiting.
We can achieve universal healthcare type ends without having to. I mean, it would not. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but it could be done without it being like a bigger government type thing.
Why is it the government's role?
Market transparency alone, just the transparency thing alone, could make a huge difference. And I am for some form of universal health care, especially when it comes to life-saving medical health care. I don't believe that they should be able to charge you money for a catastrophic accident that you had nothing to do with. You know, like
Yeah, that's a no-go for me, by the way. I'm
I
completely
do
against it.
not I do not believe that if you get, you know, if a semi trailer or a semi truck, you know, plows into you, you know, like 100 miles on the freeway, that you being in the hospital for a year in traction or whatever should you know, negatively impact your rest of your life financially, simply because something that had no fault of your own caused you, you know, enormous amounts of physical
Have
damage.
you
I think that's
observed the
completely ridiculous.
effects of universal healthcare in other countries to see if that's something you want?
Well, but see, like, I'm not talking, but I am talking about mostly for emergency and life-saving medical care. I do think there are levels that, you know, there are certain points at which personal responsibility has to come into it. I don't think that, I don't think absolute universal health care in the sense of like where everybody that wants, like, you know, everyone wants a sex change, everybody wants everyone wants
Mhm.
to get to make their tits bigger. Everybody, I don't think all those things need to be covered under universal health care.
Gender
I'm talking about,
reassignment to children, stuff like that,
yeah, all that stuff
mandated by the government.
should absolutely be taken out of all government hands entirely. There should be no government involvement in that. And if that's something that parents and children want, parents want to absolutely destroy their children's lives, I'm against it. But at the same time, it is unfortunately those parents, you know, those parents' responsibility to, they're gonna have to answer to God for that, not me. So I mean, you know, I don't support it, but I can't. But I don't think it's my right to regulate that. I just think that any place we have this country where there is a system where you can be basically financially ruined for something that has no fault of your own, and doctors themselves, the Hippocratic Oath should prevent that from even being an issue. I mean, like they should not be able to restrict care based on whether or not you can pay for it or not. Whenever it comes to, like, you know, things that you absolutely need
Well, a
to
lot
live,
of places don't.
a lot of places don't. There are, like, even in Texas, there are good programs. Like, I'm on one right now that where with a hospital. The hospital themselves created their own universal healthcare type program that if you have no money, you don't have you can go you for every year you have to reapply, but you can go to the any kind of doctor, any kind of like basic healthcare that you need is covered 100% underneath the thing. That's the only way I'm getting. That's the only way I'm getting any doctor's care right now at all is through that. So I mean, there are good programs, there are people, but once again, that's the hospital that did that. That's not the government. That is a more of a local community type thing, and that's what I believe in strongly. Is I believe in companies and communities and stuff, like building things like that where people can actually, you know, help those in need as opposed to depending on the government to do everything for them. I mean, but I do think that like it could easily just be a law. They could just pass a law that just says, like, you know, that emergency healthcare is not. It's just something that, as a doctor, if you're going to be a doctor, you're just going to have to just, like, you know, do that. That's just part of accepting the oath of being a doctor, is that you're going to have to give life-saving medical care for people and not charge, you know, not charge for it. I just don't. I mean, people
And
say
it's
like
not always the doctors that set the prices anyway.
Yeah, I know it's the hospitals, but
Especially the direction medicine's going lately with these
yeah.
Clinics and medical conglomerates.
It's the government and the insurance companies.
And
They
I know
have a
a
monopoly.
lot of conservatives make the argument that you don't have the right to anyone else's labor, that sort of thing. Well, in my vision of that is that part of becoming a doctor would be accepting the fact that you do owe that labor. That's part of being a doctor.
And this is why I don't like cronyism, because when you have an authoritarian government, you have the possibility of big mega corporations colluding with the government to create these situations. If you have a small, unpowerful government, they can't collude with them because they don't control shit, so they're irrelevant.
At the same time, if you have a small and powerful government, you do open yourself up to all kinds of attack and all kinds of weaknesses in the.
So if anyone dare invaded the United States of America, and even without any federal government, like zero federal government, and it was just up to the citizens to defend themselves and their little militias and their little social clubs, there would be zero chance of any country on this planet invading and taking over the United States of America today. Absolutely zero chance. They might wipe out a few of the fringe neighborhoods for like a week, and then all the rest of the people in the area would just mob in and wipe them right back out. So turns out, and again, people have this myth that only the American military industrial complex can protect us, when again, that thing didn't exist before and we had safe, viable country. It's just in modern times, we have this idea that these big scary Russians are going to come over here with their nuclear subs and take away all our
I
farmland
don't
or
have that
something.
idea. I grew up in the Cold War. Still don't have that idea.
So all you're doing is paying for the illusion, but you're actually paying for world police to, like, manage other people's countries, which is not our business, and I don't want to
Yeah,
spend all my money.
I agree. There's I don't know what the behind the scenes interest and reasons, or I know some of them it's we have treaties, but I'm for more like pulling back from foreign engagements and
Also,
rewarding
even a
them
very
through home.
small, silly libertarian government would still have some form of border control. We could quickly and easily organize any armed forces to defend our lands, which be
Well, with enough
Yeah,
people,
you could put up some keep out signs.
you
Yeah.
wouldn't even have to ask for volunteers. As soon as
enough
neighbors
to lift
heard
and
someone
guns.
was invading their country, they would all bring their guns and bombs and machine guns and fight just for the fun of it.
Yeah, like just like the island Minerva, that worked well for them.
But again, like I said, if you knew how well armed the American public is, then you would worry a little less about some Mexicans trying to take over or something like that. It's not going to happen.
I don't worry about any of that, even now.
Plus, the
I
Chinese
worry
have
more
other
about
problems.
local community. I worry more about trolls taking over the streaming communities.
I'm more worried
We
about
have
the
Mexicans taking
authoritarian
over.
socialists who are already in control of our government.
I worry about that a
power.
little bit, but I think they're on the wane, and I think the institutions are course correcting, as we see, like with the Harvard incident and things like that. I think it's becoming people are becoming more aware of it and pushing back on it.
I
But
think
yeah,
you like
for a
to
while
feel,
that did worry me, probably more than anything else going on in the country.
I think you like to live in a comfortable little bubble of not thinking about stuff too much. I think that's
Are
how you
you
get
like living this little hero cosplay
there.
fantasy? Popping
Yeah.
off
Again,
guns for
my
fun.
my off-grid bunker in the middle of the forest is pretty realistic evaluation of how well the country is doing and where it's headed. More
Well, it's
importantly.
also like none of
Have
us
fun in
know.
your
It's all
treehouse.
subjective. We're all working off of limited data sets, and we're drawing whatever conclusions that we're biased to draw from that.
And
Yeah,
the
iPhi, have fun in
problem
your
with the
treehouse.
fall of
I'm
Rome,
gonna
as long
install
as they keep
Fedora.
feeding you bread and circuses, everything will feel good while everything's burning down. That's true, but it's still not good, and it's not
Burn,
headed in
baby,
the right
burn.
direction.
I don't think things are burning down or in danger.
Well, you might
It's
live
pretty
long
much
Give me
enough
the
the
old
to
same
Windows
see.
world
menu.
it's always been.
You
When I look
might
at
live
my
long enough to see. We'll have to see how those events turn out, but I
maybe
feel
so.
sorry for the youth. Really, that's why I used to try to help them. Was like, here's how to turn the country around. Here's some good ideas, but they
Oh
didn't.
my! I did the teabagger stuff. I did the Trump thing. I screwed them both.
It turns out the
I'm
youth
a
doesn't give
globalist
a
now.
shit. They're like,
I'm a globalist
everything's
now, so
fucked.
screw
What are you
that
gonna do
crap.
about it?
Screw the teabaggers.
Well, if you're a globalist,
the only problem
that
with being a
makes me
globalist
even
is
more
that the
encouraged
globalists don't
because
want you though, and like they don't want me, and they don't want Jeff, and like the globalists don't want us because they don't
yeah, they want people
recognize
like
that-
Hank. That has me less worried about globalism. If that's what
they
they're
don't
recruiting.
they don't want Hank, they don't want me, they don't want you. The globalists, I mean, like it's a
They
club.
want me.
It's a club that
I
they
don't
want a part of.
I don't think globalists have the numbers to do whatever now. Like I think maybe in a few generations, I don't think the world's ready for globalism yet. I think
I,
we're
for
still
one, welcome our
I
leader.
found my
psychologically at the
opposition over the
nationalism
internet.
level.
Developed from all over the globe. The one I'm
Did we
using
ever
right
figure
now.
out who the they was? I missed that part. Was it the
It
lizard
keeps
people?
changing. I think it's a combination of Biden,
I have a theory
Congress,
that it's more like
Supreme,
idiocracy, and it's more like
and
a general
corporations
population of
and
retarded
military
people.
industrial.
That's
So
the
how
main
does it make
problem.
you feel that idiots have control over you? Emperor iPhi. Idiots
What?
have control over you.
What's control? Who controls me?
Idiots.
I feel like I'm bummed out, dude, because I like intelligent people. Remember, that's my preference.
I don't feel like anybody's controlling my like I do whatever when I wake up, I do whatever I want. Nobody's controlling my life.
You
or
have so many
restricting it in any
laws.
meaningful
You
way.
don't even know how many laws apply to you right now.
Well, apparently I'm able to function within them with no problem.
Right, but see, that's the thing. You can't escape idiots' decisions. The reason why we have so many laws is because there's so many idiots out there fucking up everything. Because in an intelligent nation, you would have so little laws.
When
it
I
would
lived
be
in
like
Seattle, it
on
was
your hand.
worse. Now that I moved out of Seattle, there's far more less stupid laws.
Seattle? You mean Chaz or whatever
Yeah,
it was?
Chaz was 5 blocks from my house.
There's no laws there. Let's all move there, fellas. I heard it's beautiful this time of
all
year.
Well,
figured
it's
it out
gone now.
somehow.
It's gone now. So
That was Talcott's.
Chaz was a dream and a dumb one, and it died. It died
It was
just as it
it was a
lived.
trash pit.
It wasn't real
It
communism.
died as it lived. A trash
Libertarian
fire.
paradise.
It was
It
so
wasn't real
gross and
communism,
nasty.
The
comrades.
same thing.
We haven't tried
Yeah.
it yet.
It wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't real communism. No, that wasn't. Of course, and to be fair, it really wasn't real.
No, they had a
communism.
warlord. They had like
It
some
was
rapper
pure
warlord that took over.
moronic.
It wasn't even a communist. They had a warlord that took over.
Yeah, I know. It started out with like some lesbian communist girl who ended up like firing herself from her own position because she said something mean to her partner, and her partner got mad at her, and she was like I don't deserve
Canceled.
to be the leader. I don't deserve to be your leader because like I'm not worthy of. It's hilarious. Like I said, like Short Photo Taco's video is a whole recap of the Jazz thing. It's like 3 hours long, but like it goes into every single event that led to the beginning, from the beginning to the end of Chaz, and it's masterful in how well he covers it, and like and also hilarious. Like it's like I think the only thing I've seen that's funnier than that about like that's like a real life like documentary. There's like there is a documentary about on somewhere on YouTube about one of those really weird cults that was somewhere out that was like that built some little commune out in the sticks of like Nebraska or something shit like that, and just like it was just like talk and like just going into how bad they were at all the things they did. They just it was just like cult that just failed at everything. They tried to they tried to poison a salad bar, and like they got like caught blatantly without. I mean, just like I mean, that's not that funny, but there was like tons of things they tried that it was just abject failure after abject failure. It's like just seeing all these people that they thought they were like these Machiavellian culty masterminds, and they were just so bad at it, which is usually the case with most people in those kind of situations. But
it wasn't real socialism. Let's try it again this time. This time it'll work.
Yeah, I'm sure one day, once every single person on Earth all has the same brain implant, so we can all put them on the same frequency, we can maybe achieve socialism. That
what do you guys think of Javier Milei down there in Argentina?
I don't think about him at all.
He seems how do we put it?
He presented himself as an anarcho-capitalist or something like that. So I was like, that's a good start.
What do you think of him?
I think he was a typical politician making lots of fancy promises that won't be kept.
Right.
I think there's great evidence that he is a pro-Semite.
I don't know about his personal beliefs. All I know is I heard he said he's going to cut as much of the government as possible. He's going to.
Why don't you go Google him? Google him and Chabad Lubavitch. I don't even know who that is, but I think that'll give you all that you need to see.
Even better, as a volunteer fed, I could give you an assignment to go over to Argentina and and look in to do some deeper research into finding out about him, and so we can get some information.
Sounds good. When do I get paid?
No.
Jeff,
This is the volunteer fed department.
Oh, volunteer. That's right. Sorry.
Jeff, I wanted to say, if you would, I would love your opinion on the articles I shared because
I wanted to talk about those.
I would just love your opinion on that stuff, if you don't mind.
I talked a little bit about them at the beginning of the stream. I shared them, and I wanted to have the conversation with you. More about right now, they seem to be used responsibly and in very targeted ways, or targeted locations. So they're kind of in the pilot stage, but it's like the down the road.
If you want to bring one of them up, or if you wanted to pick one of them, or just kind of give a brief synopsis so people kind of know what we're talking about.
Well, I did that at the beginning. There were three.
Oh,
there was
okay.
the one about this was from the FDA. There's a Abilify now comes with a sensor that when you take it, it can tell when it's been ingested, and it sends the information
Really?
to a patch that you wear, and then
I
it
used
can
to take
transmit
Abilify.
that patch to an app, and you can have it transmit the app to your doctor as well, so they can monitor if patients are actually taking their medication. And they're framing it as, and the patient's in control of all of this. They voluntarily determine, and it's framed as a way to help patients take their medication. Then they have the refugees in Jordan, the Syrian refugees, that to use their government food money, like their government assistance, they do retinal scans, iris scans, instead of an EBT card or anything like that. They just look into these little machines, and then they pay for their groceries after their identity is verified. And then the other one was this gene editing company, and they didn't have specifics. A lot of it was just marketing speech, but they claimed to have the tools. It's unlimited genetic, what was it? Gene editing potential to edit genes and cure all these potential diseases, genetic diseases. So that's all technology that's either currently here or seems to be coming down the line. So we can get a doomer's perspective on it from Jack.
Well, what's your perspective first? I mean, how do you feel about that just as it is now? Just take it for what you just take it for what your worldview, your whatever. Like, what do you think of it?
It didn't raise any immediate flags. It raised potential flags that I think people could get around with the right regulatory and accountability measures. And I'm sure they will, because people don't get away with this Wild West style technology for very long. But it made me think of like in Seattle, they started putting in the Amazon Fresh stores where you don't pay. You just go in and you're wirelessly connected, like your phone is connected to your Amazon account, and you just take the groceries off the shelf and you put them in your little cart, and then you walk out. There's no cashier or anything, and as you walk out, it calculates what you bought, because it's all electronic, and it charges your Amazon account. And so it kind of, like, at first I was a little nervous about that. Like, how does that work? How do they get the amount right? How does it? What's the privacy issues around it? But then my roommate used it often enough that I got comfortable with it. And I'm like, oh, this is a really easy way to buy groceries. I don't really understand how it works.
I think they stopped doing it now too.
Well, this is what I was saying about the voting situation and the monetary situation. You know, it's bad enough if your bank account can be hacked into. If your biometric data is available on the internet and can be hacked into, don't you think that's like, a dangerous proposition?
Hast thou not heard of Bitcoin?
Yeah, I did several episodes on Bitcoin with my crypto friends.
Oh, speaking of which, I didn't realize NeuroJack was the dude I was waiting.
Oh, I thought you, I thought you did. No,
I've still been waiting because I thought he was going to show up, and I didn't realize it was him the whole time.
He has different names on everything, but that's
Okay, so NeuroJack, what do you think about starting a conservatarian movement in which we just buy up a bunch of land, invite all of the libertarians to move out there, and form like this little Amish community, and we like make Bitcoin the official. Yeah.
Amish. We have to live with people like you and NeuroJack.
And we use Bitcoin as the starting official currency.
Oh, now you're talking about crypto land.
Upgraded later to like a Ripple version that you can buy your groceries with or whatever. It has to be decentralized and finite. That's the only requirements. And so that, and then we just start to see if we can like slowly replace this country from the inside out. What's your thoughts?
I think that it's a decent start of a practical thing. I think that there are a lot of other considerations, but I do think that it's not bad. But I would say A, vetting, and B, a gradual, 20-year plan would be smart. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we need this type of person. We need to phase out technology over this, a certain level of technology.
I was joking about the Amish part. I was using them as an example as like a cohesive group that functions.
As long as there's retinal scans and...
I don't mean no technology. I mean a cohesive group that functions.
Pills with sensors on them.
So we're going to keep all the technology, but we're just going to like abandon, the authoritarian socialist regimes and stuff and start over.
I mean, I think that you're not considering a lot of other things, but I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just think that there's a lot of other things to.
I think we do a lot more
take
good
into
if we got together a bunch of money and started some sort of organization or company that we could use to actually affect change and bigger ways than just segregating ourselves from society. But I mean, I do like the idea of finding like-minded people and trying to create something, building something of worth with them. I think that's a great idea.
Well, the thing I like about the Amish model is they focus like 99% of their time and resources into the community, and then they also do outside trading with neighbors and stuff like that. So they're not opposed, they're not isolationists per se. They're just like more focused on building their own community first and then helping others around them later, which I think is a brilliant plan.
I think America should be 80% Amish, at least in my opinion. Like I think they have a good idea. Like if you actually wanted to
self-sufficient, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that
working.
Yes, and I think the only problem with it is we're not living in a closed system. So unless you want to start finding a way to close the system, that you're just going to basically be in a race against time, and I don't think time is on our side. That's what I would generally say.
I mean, I think they've already proved it works.
Also, you're gonna have a hard time getting hot women to join that. So
no, again, it's not going to be a theocracy, and we definitely love technology, so we're not going to be Amish. We're just
I think that's your problem right there. I think if you accept technology, you're just going to be racing with the influence that is available through technology.
I mean, you can do like the what's the phone, graphene phones or whatever that don't serve the masters or whatever. You can do all that stuff, but graphene OS or whatever.
Well, I would like to get into both this topic and the what Jeff was talking about, because I think they're related. Like the level of invasive technology at the same time that we have all these political problems, I don't think are totally unrelated. I think they're correlated.
I think we can easily solve the technology problem. I don't think that's a big hurdle. I think that would be just one of the minor details.
Well, let me ask you this. You think that we have a certain problem that we can't really talk about anywhere except for places like Gab, right? And I think you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is related to technology directly or not? I think it is.
Oh, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Like that, you first have to cut the umbilical cord and make sure Big Brother doesn't approve all of your thoughts. And so, as long as you're not like presenting yourself as like some sort of like guerrilla group that's gonna inevitably throw a coup or something like that, then like the Amish, you'll be ignored and they won't care. They won't give a shit. Like,
here's the thing, though.
We don't care.
Here's the thing, though. I think that you're dealing with people's perception, and so it doesn't really matter what you do to try to avoid.
How do the people perceive the Amish now? Like, did they perceive them as a threat?
I think if they were increasing in number by a significant percentage,
do you know how many Amish are in the United States right now? How many communities there are?
Not enough to make.
They throw the best parties,
and they have huge tracts of land.
Huge tracts of land. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah, but I don't see people like
So okay, NeuroJack, we need to talk because I do mental health professionally for a living. If you're worried about the Amish, like if the Amish have made it onto your threat list.
No, I'm not saying
some of it's
I'm not saying.
No, he's talking about my theoretical conservatarian movement.
Yeah,
okay. I admit I stepped away.
Yeah, he wasn't. He's not freaking about the Amish.
All right.
No. I said I like the Amish. I think that they have I think 80% of what they do is the solution to a lot of the problems. I agree with the Amish on a lot of things. I think that they have a generally good position.
Badass beards.
Yeah, I mean,
Damn.
I probably disagree with their religion, but I think that functionally they are on the right track.
All I know is I've been spending most half my life living in an Amish paradise, man.
Well, first of all, as emperor, I would have to separate church from state. No theocracies are allowed, first of all. And second of all,
We have that now.
What? No theocracies?
no,
Aw.
no,
No theocracies, not even a satanic one. We have
Not-
that now.
Damn
sir.
it! I love
not even if it's the
theocracies,
one true
though.
church, it won't work. Humans will fuck it up, guaranteed. So, anyways, that aside, and again, we'll allow technology, but we definitely won't allow mega corporations or the government to have like a monopoly or control over it. So that's number one law.
Well,
then-
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Okay.
The the thing is with the Amish, it's like, I think Jefferson. I'm not saying Jefferson was right about everything, but what I'm saying is, like, if you want freedom, you need a high degree of self-sufficiency, where it is not easy for you to. You have a good position to negotiate from. Does that make sense? Both as an individual and as a community, right?
Sure.
And so, outside of owning your land and owning your water rights and your right to produce your own food, you're not going to really get anywhere. And so, what I see is, like, when it costs $1 million to buy a decent house in a decent area of California, and 400,000 elsewhere, and the purchasing power of the dollar hasn't increased for 40 years, but the interest rates have, and the hidden taxes, which I would like to get into at some point. But if you're not addressing all those different factors, then you're basically, it doesn't really. And the thing is also, people have more or less chosen this path, right? And so you can't just go and say, well, you guys did it to yourselves. You have to give them a viable way out of the situation where they feel that they're choosing it, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like, how would you get 80% of the population to say, hey, these smartphones in your hands are a tool being used against you, and you should be out there producing your own food if you want to be free? Most people are going to say, I can work, 6 hours a day and pay my bills, kind of, right? With two people working in the household, right? So, most people are not going to say, oh, I'll trade that for 12-hour days, 6-7 days a week, right? See what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
most people are not going to want to choose that. So that's kind of where I'm coming
I'm
from.
not
Like,
expecting
socially
high
engineer
numbers,
them.
or even like 50% of the population. But again, I would like the option. I would like the ability to have a stable, cohesive community where if they just
Sure.
want to opt out of the current system, they can.
Sure. Well, and here's the other side of it. Like, I think if you take into account, why is there so much immigration here? In my opinion, again, I know that you disagree with this, Jeff, but, like, if I were in charge and I didn't want to lose power, I wouldn't want people who want to negotiate a better deal within my system. I'd want to bring people coming from outside the system who see them coming here as a better deal than where they're coming from. See what I'm saying?
That's
Like
not what
that.
you were saying yesterday with the immigrants.
Well, that was the underlying point I was trying to make, but you thought it was against them.
The legal ones or the illegal ones?
Well, I
Legal
just
ones.
I lump them both together. To me, it doesn't matter. It's the phenomenon itself. I'm not saying that they are bad people. I'm just saying, like, if you have to, if you look at it from a power negotiation standpoint, it's going to be very hard to get people who feel like they're getting a good deal to take a worse deal for some altruistic, idea, right? Like, if they go from making, $11 a day to $11 an hour, they're not going to be, what is your offer that's going to be better than that? You're probably not going to have one, right? Like, you're not really giving them anything that's valuable to them, right? You're saying, okay, come here and break your back for America,
And then send
right?
all your money home.
Well, that's what they're doing now, but because they make 10 times more money an hour than they can afford to do that. See what I'm saying? But you aren't going to offer them something better than that, than the deal that they're currently getting. See what I'm saying? So, the reason I bring that up is like, if you were to talk to, you know, either first generation immigrants who are working very hard, or Americans who are working very hard, you could get them to come to some agreements on a political level, right? But if you're getting people who are coming from outside the system who just say, I don't care if I'm working 12 hours a day, I'm making $15 an hour, you know, because I would make $15 a day back home. Well, and you come in and say, well, you know, the man is trying to keep you down. They say, well, I don't care. I'm making 10 times more money than I made back home. So, you know, what are you offering me, right?
That's the same problem the Marxists ran into in the 60s when they tried to convince everybody to achieve class consciousness. They were being oppressed. It was in the post-World War II years of prosperity, and nobody felt oppressed. Everybody was happy to have the jobs they had, the wages they had. So it was a really hard sell.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep, exactly. And I think that
it's more about you being out of touch with the psychology and the needs of current and the values of current Americans than anything else. You want them to feel a certain way about their situation that they're just not going to feel, because it's not comparable to like the peasant situation in Russia where communism actually was able to take root.
No, exactly. And I think that that's the problem with the right wing, is they catastrophize it and they make it seem as if, oh, you know, it's impending communism, and the left wing say, well, it's impending fascism, right? Well, the people don't feel it because it's slow, and they don't.
Both of those are left wing, by the way.
Yeah, and I'll concede that point, even though I could probably try to pick it apart, but I'll concede that. I'm just saying, like, you know, people don't recognize that there's any danger because, like you said, Jeff, they don't, for, you know, whether it's right or
because
wrong.
there's not a danger. There's subjectively not a danger, and objectively it's not at all, or you wouldn't have to depend on convincing them.
Well,
so you're trying to create a subjective sense of danger where there's just not a reason to have one. Most people are happy to have good jobs that allow them to
sure. Well, I think if you point out that I think if you pointed out that
trade that for an Amish lifestyle.
I think if you pointed out that inflation has went up 10 times and the purchasing power of the dollar hasn't moved in 40 years,
that doesn't mean anything to people that still have good jobs. That
sure, but it doesn't make it less true.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to have it means, if you want the change you're talking about, you have to have it mean something to them when you say that. It just doesn't.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. You have to change their perception in order to.
No, you have to change your expectations and your message to align with what you have to meet people where they are. You're not going to engineer them to meeting where you want them to be. That's authoritarianism.
Well,
I reject compromise, by the way.
Well, okay, let's pick that apart, Jeff. That's a very interesting thing you said, and I don't disagree on the surface, but can you help me flesh that out a little bit?
Can I be devil's advocate real quick on this one point, Jeff?
Sure.
Yeah.
You said you have to meet people where they are. So, like, what if the topic was one side wants to murder all babies and one side wants to murder none of the babies? Should we just compromise and murder half the babies?
No.
What should we do in that situation?
That's a tough issue.
You just said you have to meet people where they are.
Part of it is they don't see it as babies, and therefore they don't see it as murder.
These things have to be taken on a case-by-case basis. You can't use that as.
Does it?
I think that's more of an absolute issue where there's one clear, like, it's not possible to.
I mean, we're not debating like what color to paint the living
compromise on it, but Jack's issue is a little different because it's he wants people to experience their circumstances differently than they do, and more negatively than they do. And I don't know how you accomplish that.
Well, I wouldn't say more negatively. I would say more accurately. But
it's all subjective. There's no accurate measure of how someone feels about their circumstances. There's no way to be objective about it. It's all subjective. And you want them to feel subjectively more negative about it than they do. Most people like and enjoy a sense of prosperity, and you want them to experience that negatively somehow, which is what the Marxists wanted.
Well, okay, sure. Okay, well, let me put it this way. Then if people enjoyed being a chattel slave, then
they don't see themselves as chattel slave. You see them.
But I'm saying based on what you said, though, if people perceive it as a good thing, what's the problem?
I don't think there is one. I think you're trying to make a
Okay.
problem when there is none.
Okay, so you just justified slavery. I'm fine with that.
It's not slavery. You're framing it that way because
Okay,
you
I'm
want.
using
you
an
want it
extreme
to be
example. I'm using an
experienced that way.
extreme example. I'm using an extreme example to prove the point that perception, can't be 1-to-1 ratio with morality, right?
What does morality have to do with working a job?
Well, if 65% of your pay is being siphoned off of you, and you think that it's only 20% and it's a necessary evil,
Are you
Is
talking
it-
about
Your
is-
job
law?
is what if your job is stealing money from other people? Does morality matter then?
What job is that?
The
Scammers.
U.S. government.
Well, I mean, there's
Well,
scammers out there that just
I don't
scam you
see
all
it
the
that
time.
way. So.
okay, but your perception doesn't change the morality of the situation, right?
Can you not pay the government? Do you have a choice or an option?
Yeah, you have a choice. You can
Oh, you
not
can.
pay and
You can
take the
just say, no,
consequences.
you can't have 40% of my income. Fuck off.
Well, we have a nice room with 4
Well, a
walls
lot of
and no
employers
windows.
take it out of your paycheck, but the ones that don't, you pay it at the end at the.
Would
in
you
April
feel
when you
better
file
if
your
I let
taxes.
you pretend you're voting for this privilege? Like I said, you voted for us, so that's why you're paying 40% of your income to us.
Dennis, I'm definitely not a slave to money.
We're all kind of slaves, so that's kind of.
I don't have any money to be a slave to. I'm definitely
Yeah,
not.
me
Right.
too.
Okay, look.
Would be a slave. It's me, and even then, I'm not. So
Okay, but look, Jeff. Okay, look. You're saying that perception makes morality. It's kind of what you're saying.
well, hold on. When did I say that? You're bringing in morality, and I kept asking you what it has to do with any of this, and then you're making a claim
if people
that I
don't
said about
perceive,
morality, what I don't even know what it's doing in this conversation.
if people think that they're doing and acting in a moral way, and I show them that they're actually part of a moral problem.
Hold on. You're going too fast, and you're losing me. We were talking about people like working jobs and wages and stuff, and then somehow morality got introduced. And I'm still trying to understand the role morality is playing in, like,
Okay,
in this
well, if
new
you're
conversation
working,
that's not about jobs anymore, but somehow about morality.
okay, well,
Connect
if you're
morality
working,
and work
if
to
you're if you're working in an unjust system and your labor is contributing to the unjust
that's
system,
your opinion that it's unjust. The people in the system are voluntarily working in it, and I'm assuming don't
but
feel
if
it to
there's
be an
moral
injustice to you, or they would
consequences,
go find a different system to work in.
but if there's moral consequences to it,
What's the moral consequence of working or not working somewhere?
okay, if your job is a slave driver and you say, well, I'm just doing my job,
We
are you
don't
morally
have
culpable?
slavery here in the United States. So what job is a
I'm
slave?
using-
But in,
I'm using
in theory,
professional
it's
dominatrix or
It's
something?
only 40% slavery. It's not 100 yet. They're just working
Well,
a little
and even
You don't
in
have
that,
slavery unless you change and distort the definition of slavery like the woke do every other category we have now.
okay, so we can call it indentured servitude then.
Can you opt out of it?
I
That's
don't,
a good
you
way
know,
to
Jack,
know.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
agree
can
with
opt
that.
out
I
of
don't
working.
feel,
Yes,
I don't
you
feel like
can.
it's indentured
I
servitude.
do. I opted out of working during COVID. I vowed never
So,
to re-enter the workforce, and I
do I have a
haven't.
choice where I can make profit and keep it? Is there any choice where
Yeah,
that's
I
option?
know plenty of people who make profit and keep it.
Oh, okay. So the government won't seize
Well,
that.
well, no, you
especially if
can't.
you learn all the tricks that the rich
No,
people
you
use
can,
to hide
but
your
you have
money
to
in overseas bank accounts and stuff.
no, look, you have to reinvest it back into your business, and that's the problem. Is that
You have
then
to
you have
play
to
their
follow
games according
exactly
to their
right. No,
terms.
exactly. You have to follow a legal web
It's
of
not their
things.
game, it's our game. It was created by the people, and you have a political process that you
Right.
can use
When the
to
country was
make
formed,
the
did they
changes
take
that you want.
50%
And
of
I've
the
already seen your
citizens'
attempt
income?
to try to make change and advocate for your vision.
Right. And how are you going to advocate for your vision unless people see that
Well, we went
they're
through this.
doing things that are immoral, and they feel an obligation to go and change those things that they're doing?
You're
Before
losing me with
Woodrow
this
Wilson in the
what
Civil War,
morality are we talking about? You're imposing a morality on the business world, like just work. People just taking a job.
Well, it's not about imposing. Let's talk about what is immoral and what isn't immoral.
Okay, I don't think it's immoral to take a job
what about
or
taking
work
other
a
people's
job, and you're
profit?
framing it as slave. They're part of the slave system. I reject that from the start. So I don't know where the conversation is supposed to go from there, because we're talking about two different things. You're talking about a system you see as slavery, and I'm
Okay,
talking about a
let's
system I
let's
see as an
let's
opportunity under
let's look up the definition Let's look up the definition of slavery and see if it applies to the situation.
System under which people are treated as property to be bought and sold and are forced to work. So where are people forced to work and bought and sold as property? The
To
ownership
participate in the
of a person
system,
as property, especially in regards to their labor.
to participate
Typically
in the
involves
system,
compulsory work with the slave's location of work and residence dictated by the party that holds them in bondage.
Especially in regards to their labor, in your own words.
Yeah, so show me the slavery that's happening in the U.S. right now, where people are forced to work,
Not forced
and
to work, but
and the location,
where their
and
labor's stolen from them.
yeah, show me where they're forced to work,
Not
and the
forced to work
location
if
of
they
work
choose
and
to
their
work.
residence is dictated by the party that
okay.
holds
If
bond.
you don't work,
That's not voluntary.
if you don't work, what happens to you?
You starve to death.
Show me where people are forced to work, compulsory.
You don't
I
have a
know
choice.
plenty of people that
Well, I
don't
mean,
work
yeah, I
and
mean, but at the same
still
time, but
manage to feed
if you
themselves.
really didn't work and that really did lead to starving death,
You're trying
but, I
to
mean,
see slavery that's not there. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, but
You're
but
trying not to
No,
accept
not
the
you.
consequences
Jack.
of the definition that we're
Jack
reading.
and these other idiots.
I am saying that you are between. I guess you can choose to starve to death. That's true, but it doesn't really seem much of a choice. But I mean, yeah, there are
Not
programs.
slavery. It is not unless you're
It's not slavery. No, I did not say it was
you're
slavery. But I am saying that it
playing
doesn't
the
put you with
game
much
with
of
the
a choice.
definition of slavery, like the woke do with racism and
And I'm not saying
Link
it's
does
slavery.
with genocide. It's a language game.
I disagree that it's slavery entirely. I disagree that it's
What
slavery.
about
I think
selective service in the draft? Isn't that a form of slavery?
no.
The government can force you to go
Yeah,
die
no,
for
that's
their
not a form of
country
slavery.
against your own will, and that's not slavery.
Were you drafted?
I'm asking if that is. Does that
No,
qualify for slavery?
I don't think it is. That's something that's written into our
It's
laws.
civic. It's civic duty. I don't
Okay.
like
So
it
if the
either.
law,
I
so
don't
if the
like it
law,
either.
if the law justifies indentured servitude or slavery, therefore it's immoral. Correct?
What law does that?
Selective service in the draft.
That's not a law that that's justifying slavery and indentured service. The draft is not slavery.
Okay, let's read the definition of slavery again. Let's read the definition again. Ownership of body, property, labor,
And life. It includes the body.
if you don't have control of your own body, your own labor, your own
Who
property,
in the United States doesn't have control of their own body?
okay,
Currently.
Anyone who's a citizen of
can
their
you as a
government.
person own a property with no tax? No, you cannot. Therefore, to some degree, there is an
Jack,
element of.
show me the person in the United States that doesn't
Show
have
me
control.
one person who
Other
owns a
than like
property
a
with no
gimp
tax.
in the basement as like part of an
Show
S&M.
me one
company
person
that's
who pays
consensual.
0 tax on property.
Yeah, don't pay your property tax and see who owns your property.
Show me one person
the
in the United States who
person that
doesn't pay property tax.
Their body.
Show me one person who doesn't pay property tax.
Okay, this conversation is not going anywhere because you're not
Because
able
you
to
won't admit that it's an element of the
do a
definition of
switch to
slavery.
a different question, but you're not answering my question. So I'm
Okay,
not going
ask
to
your question. Ask your question.
show me the person in the United States who does not have control of their body.
Define control.
Autonomy, will, self-determination of their body, who can't do what they want with their body, particularly in regards to labor.
I look, they do have the right. Are they exercising the right?
Okay, so whether they're exercising, that's on them. They're responsible for whether they exercise the right.
Right, exactly.
But show me where that somebody is deprived
is
of the right. I'm not
why-
talking about things like prisoners and stuff like that.
Which is why I am talking about the morality of the situation. If people are not
what you're
exercising the
saying
right,
it's happening is not happening because you can't even show me a single person that is not in control of their body, that doesn't have
they
autonomy
are
of their
control
body.
of their body, but
Okay,
they
then
are
it's
not willing
slavery.
to exercise their right.
That's
Why?
not slavery.
Because
Not being in control of your body and not being willing to exercise that control is not slavery, unless you're
Okay,
using this
which is
hijacked definition of the
okay.
term, which I'm not willing
Okay.
to do.
So, which is why I argue that you have to point out the morality of the situation so people will exercise their right.
What if they don't want to?
I don't know why people are not. First of all, I don't know many people that aren't exercising it right. But if there are some, you have to find out the individual reasons why they're not, and then start there.
Okay. Well,
Again,
I would say
people where they
are. I agree.
Okay, then I guess the conversation is a success.
Okay. Yes, I agree. It is a success. But look, here's the thing. It's like, okay, we're looking at the problem. Okay. Problem is, why is tax so high? Let's just start there, right? Well, because people are willing to accept paying tax.
Okay, so we're starting a whole new conversation now. Just so I'm clear. Now we're going to talk about why taxes are so high. And there's multiple. I can tell you right now, there's multiple factors that influence why taxes are. Hey, Canuck.
Because you
Hey, how's it
can't.
going, John? I haven't seen you in forever, man. How's it going? Good to see you,
Hi,
man.
John.
Good to see you.
Welcome to the conversation.
I'm here to support my boy Neuro.
Okay. Just
Okay.
jump in.
Steel man or even tear down my argument. Please. I want someone else to jump in because I'm not.
We let Canuck. He just joined.
Yeah, John's here.
You made a switch in topic, so I know a little bit about both, but you lead the way.
Well, why taxes are high, and I already know without even getting into the why that there's multiple factors that influence.
First of all, before you start, are you Canadian, John?
Yes.
Oh shit! I'll stale this one. I'm gonna hurt people's feelings.
You're not gonna hurt.
Well, don't worry. You guys agree. You guys agree on more than you think, probably.
And high is subjective.
Yeah,
a tax you think is high, I might not think is high.
Are you happy with your country, John? Let's start there.
Well, am I happy with my country?
Yeah.
Forgive me. I don't mean to be that guy. Short answer, no. But could you ask a more focused question? So it's
like the stuff that goes on with Jordan Peterson and Trudeau and that stuff that we Americans hear about in the news. Are you
the stuff that goes on? I don't want to just offer shit for people to pick at. Ask a targeted question.
Are you for or against socialism?
Very, very, very generally speaking, the way socialism is understood to be by most people today, I think I have to say I'm against it because it is a pernicious social engineering control mechanism being used by vested interests.
Okay, culturally speaking, are you for or against thought control and or politically correct speech laws?
Political correctness can eat my ass.
Okay. Well, then
that's my boy. That's my boy, Canuck.
Well, look, here's the thing. I'll go ahead and disagree with
But
both
not
of
if
you.
it likes
it, by the way.
Then it can.
I'll go ahead and disagree with both of you because here's the thing. You guys are looking at it as if we're all of a general persuasion within the system that we call Canada or the United States. The fact is, we're not a bunch of WASP, right? We're a bunch of other disparate groups of people with different views of the world. And so
yeah, but generally speaking, Canadians are more socialist and more politically correct thought.
Well, yeah, but my point is socialism in a place like Norway and socialism in a place like China or something is going to be very, very different forms of the same model, right?
May I interject for a moment, Neuro?
Of course.
A lot of people don't realize that at its heart, socialism, I believe, as it's talked about and promulgated today, is actually just kind of a small letter T form of totalitarianism. Fascism and communism are two kind of ends. You guys are familiar with people talking about the horseshoe model, right? You start in the center, and as you go more extreme, they kind of meet here around what's called totalitarianism. Now, socialism, insofar as a commons, in the sense of common roads, a self-defense force to protect national boundaries. I do believe in, as long as it can be denuded of a lot of indoctrination, common education so that there's some level of cultural cohesiveness, but it should be opt-in. It should not be mandatory. People are smarter than most of our leaders give us credit for. And one of the things that socialists don't really understand is some of the fundamental tribe-based mechanics behind human psychology, We existed in tribal units for hundreds of thousands of years before the invention of writing, of cities, of agriculture. There's a social interaction. I'm sorry, there's a number called Dunbar's number, the number of people you can have a maximum number of meaningful relationships with. Depending on you, between 100 and 200 people, maybe 250 at the upper limit, 100 people for most, 150. Socialists don't quite understand that. I'll hush now. I don't want to dominate.
Okay, John.
No,
So
you're not dominating it. It's a good point.
Here's
No,
my
this is very helpful. I agree with all of it. So
here's
far.
my
Yeah,
2
me
cents
too.
on what you
I
just
agree
said.
with all of it.
I would consider your country socialist if, for say, example, your president or whatever you call him, decides to freeze the bank accounts of people that he found disagreement with, politically speaking. So that qualifies.
It sounds more like fascist than socialist to me, but you know.
That's
Well,
more a matter of totalitarianism than it is socialism. So
Well,
it's not unique to
here's the
socialism.
other side of it. If you're all connected via mega corporations and the corporation gets to say, well, under my capitalist system, I can just turn off your bank account.
Corporativism is the new socialism for
Right.
rich social welfare. You privatize the gains and socialize the losses. That's behind taxes,
Correct.
Jeff.
Correct.
Ultimately.
Correct. Exactly. And this is the whole point about the morality situation I'm talking about, where we're externalizing costs that are hard to track. You can't really follow the money. You can't really go and see the implications and the consequences of your actions. Therefore, people feel as if they're acting morally when it could be argued that they are not, right?
Yes. When you break down having to look your neighbor in the eye and feel the consequences of perhaps wrath, people tend to want to get away with a lot of things. Let me throw out one of my tinfoil hat conspiracy names, right? You all know the name Rockefeller, John Rockefeller, one of the richest people in human history, maybe, richest known people, let's say.
Yeah.
Do you know who his father was? Anyone?
Actually, I don't.
No.
Okay. You can look it up on the internet, but long story short, his father was a fucking scumbag, con man, snake oil salesman that would lend money at 12% to farmers that were poor and who couldn't pay, so he could then foreclose on their land. He was a snake oil salesman and scumbag. That's how they got their starts. The Kennedy money with alcohol bootlegging, they got their start that way as well. Every con, every government, every secret society, which is just the circle within the circle, right? Mom and dad are the secret society in the family. They're the circle within the circle. The authority happens everywhere. Every aspect of that kind of dynamic can be traced back to the awakening of the human mind and dominance hierarchies, right? The Rockefellers got their money started that way. The first forms of government were mafia, strong men. By mafia, I just mean a clique of alpha males deciding we're going to dominate our particular environment for women, resources, sex access, fighting with each other. A clique within the clique within the clique. It's mafias all the way down.
And now they're the government.
Yeah. Government is just another mafia. We get to elect our mafia. H.L. Mencken has a great quote. He says, democracy is...
I didn't vote for Trump.
I think that's progress.
Jack, I'll get it. I'll hush for a moment. I got to...
No, go ahead.
No, yeah, seriously, keep going. I was interested.
I don't have the quote. Give me 30 seconds. Someone else talk.
Okay.
I just think being able to elect our mafia is progress.
It's better than nothing, but that's like saying, at least kiss me before you ass rape me. I mean, at least I got a kiss. I mean, how great is
buy
that?
me dinner.
I still
at least buy me
prefer
dinner,
it to not being able to elect our mafia.
Well, the kiss is a nice touch. I mean,
I voted for Monty Brewster, none of the above, and I keep losing every election.
Well,
Monty Brewster. I'd rather vote for like Vermin Supreme than a lot of other people that they put up for election. So.
No, if you vote Libertarian Party, you only get 2% of the vote, so you're throwing your vote away.
I don't care. I'd rather.
Well,
I'd rather
vote away anyway. He's voting third party, I think.
Yeah, no, I'd rather throw my vote away and vote for something I actually believe in than vote for.
Well, see, look, here's an example. Here's an example of a moral reason that somebody doesn't want to do something, okay, doesn't want to do something that might actually benefit their moral goals, right? You see what I'm saying? Like,
You're talking
because
about
they
Chris
feel,
and the third party vote?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's a great example of, he feels that his vote is not moral to give it to the lesser of two evils. And so, rather than going and trying to improve, the circumstance, he'll say, and this is not a judgment on you, Chris. I'm just saying as a phenomenon, it's
You're fine.
emblematic, right? You see what I'm saying? Like it's
No,
emblematic
yeah,
of the issue
it's
that I'm
fine.
getting at, right?
You're not bothering me.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
John's got his quote now ready. He's ready to tell us.
Yeah. Democracy is as Churchill said, it's the worst form of government except all the others. And by he was using the word democracy as a very, very general umbrella. I like the American constitutional republic model, the model they use in Switzerland, for example, where there's built-in accountability as long as you can maintain transparency and sovereignty, especially over the money supply. But democracy or majoritarianism is the worship of jackals by jackasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And another quote is, democracy consists of choosing your dictators after they've told you what you think it is you want to hear. And that's our political system in the West right now.
That's why we need a meritocracy.
It's still the
replace
best we
democracy.
have.
It's actually not the best.
It's
The
not.
way democracy is practiced now in Canada and North America is a kind of a debased idiocracy style, like the movie Idiocracy style democracy.
Yep.
It's been co-opted by a military intel banking cartel.
Well, I'm not convinced of that.
Oh,
I still think the power is with the people.
Oh,
What is the Canadian form of government called officially?
Oh,
I think it's a parliament.
It's parliamentarian, and I think their president is a prime minister.
Oh, okay.
He does blackface. That's how you get promoted.
Trudeau's father was a Fabian.
Hey,
and a
AI told me
supporter of the Club
blackface
of Rome,
was good for racial.
Right, to integrate the clowns.
Yeah. AI told me that blackface was totally cool. So I mean, we solved that.
Constitutional monarchy. That's what it's called.
So,
Yes.
John, if I created a little commune for you to move down to and get some freedom, would you be interested?
A commune? No, communes can go suck ass, right? I don't want a commune. I want a community.
You don't want to be a communist, comrade? What's wrong with you?
Well,
communities, not communes. I agree.
No, it's a community of conservatarianism in which you have freedom and you get to keep the profits of your labor.
And you get to hang out with people like
I think we're
iPhi.
trying to reinvent the bridge. You should look up a name, Balaji Srinivasan. He's already talking about the network state. You can do it coordinated in.
Oh yeah, I follow him on Twitter.
You need a certain amount of physical co-locality for certain aspects of your group, I guess. But it can be a distributed network state as well. Technology is going to help with that. But
we were working on creating a DAO during COVID, a decentralized autonomous organization, which is kind of like with this community. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter. I like some of his work.
His book is free in PDF form, The Network State. It's got some great ideas. The one thing we all have to kind of give up as human beings is hero worship. There are no heroes. People, oh, I love Peterson. Oh, now I don't like him. Oh, I like Trump. Oh, I don't like him. Now I like Biden. I don't like him. Dump all your heroes to one side. Whatever someone you think is a hero or worthy of emulation, when they speak, take it on a case-by-case basis. And remember, they're just as flawed as you are. They're just as vulnerable to manipulation and self-deception and self-delusion as you are. Take things on a case-by-case basis. And don't listen to randos on the internet like me. Knock heads with the people in real life around you.
Hey, I'm a rando on the internet. I take offense to that.
I agree with everything you just said, John. Yeah, I mean, like, and it is especially people always have this thing like they'll like someone for one thing, right? They'll like something that Jordan Peterson said, and I do like a lot of things. I actually have a lot of respect for Jordan Peterson, but they take one thing he said one time and they become a fan of him, and then after that, it's like you either hate him or you love him. And if he says something that you don't like, then suddenly you're not a fan of him anymore. And then he said something you like again. So it's just it's ridiculous. You can take people. It's just like I mean, like I can disagree with lots of people on this panel about lots of things, and I can still be friends with them and still like them generally as people. But when it comes to people that we don't know personally, we tend to get this very highfalutin kind of like idealized idea of like how we have to treat people or how to think about
Y'all
them.
do. I don't.
We have to. Well, I mean, a lot of people. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that a lot of people get this very.
Yeah, it's just it's
idea.
an extension of our tribalistic brains. Hero worship is just like they represent our tribe.
What's
Jordan
wrong with
Peterson,
separating tribes? Like, let's get
nothing. I have no problem with tribalism. I think
So
I think we're wired for it as humans, as primates.
Why do we have to stay one big giant federal government? Why can't we just have states that compete and see which system is
Well,
best?
that wouldn't be practical on a.
It would be the
defense level.
best practical. It would be the best outcome.
We would also open ourselves up to a lot of outside foreign attack and stuff like that. It would make us a lot weaker.
I've got to be that guy and preach moderation. We have swung far too to the side, far too along the scale towards concentration of power.
I agree with that.
Those blocks of private interests that have a predominant position in the world, controlling large amounts of capital, access to resources, access to information, asymmetric access to information and energy, be that actual, petroleum or nuclear or natural assets or capital, the flow of money and people with money to invest by capital. Asymmetric access to those tools. It's like getting a little momentum in a game of Monopoly, and you keep that momentum going. And there comes a certain point in the game where you are so far ahead, logarithmically. The next person catching up to you is a power of 10 behind you in terms of power. There's no single actor that can take you down. So everyone else below you in power scale has to cooperate, but they're already fighting over scraps with each other. So this dominant force, it's not forever, it's not permanent, it's not invulnerable, but it's a Goliath of interest and power. Just continue dominating. And what we see today is a cadre of cartels, asymmetric controllers of asymmetric power. They're not all Jews, they're not all Americans, they're not all British, there are factions. What we're seeing now is them realizing that the internet, sharing information, access, communication, they're threatened now in terms of us, meaning people who are not them or vested in that power game. We're far down the line. It's like Bitcoin halvings of power, right? They want now to secure their position on the board and lay hotels down on every property. BlackRock is buying up housing. The banks are now trying to bring fiat currency to a close and switch the entire economic system over to intrinsic value exchanges based on natural asset corporations, where the flow of ecosystem service management is a new kind of asset to trade back and forth. It's all being managed under the Sustainable Development Goals, the WHO, the UN. It's a transformation of the old system. You know what? This Monopoly game, I won. Let's throw over the board and start again. But the winner of the game gets to decide the rules of the new paradigm. That's what's happening now. We've got to try and resist it.
Well, if it ever gets to the point where it gets bad enough, like I'm sure that there's plenty of people out there that are more than willing to exploit the one weakness they all have: bullets. So
bullets.
Yeah, but bullets is the one thing that even the elite are allergic to. So
I don't think Canadians are allowed to own guns. You may have to.
It's highly restricted here. Highly restricted.
Okay, well you can throw them at least. Maybe not.
Your guns got ammunition. Control the ammunition. You don't need to control the guns. People are going to be printing up guns all over the place. 3D printed ammunition. That's going to be where it's at.
You can hurl maple covered hockey sticks at them, but that's about it.
Shit covered arrows work.
If you shoot an acorn hard enough, I'm pretty sure you could kill somebody with it. So
Anyways, John, if Canada falls before America, you're welcome to come over here. But if America falls first, save me some room.
Canada isn't an independent nation.
What about your bunker? Hey! What about your bunker?
We're a fully owned creature of the British Crown.
What?
Canada is not an independent nation state. The British monarch is our head of state. Most of the land in Canada is owned by crown corporations, which means it's owned by the British monarch. Most of the earth is owned by two powerful groups: the British/European aristocrats with land holdings and titles, deed titles and records going back hundreds of years. And religious authorities like the Vatican and the Orthodox Church in Russia, at least in the
John.
West. In
John.
Asia, it's a little different.
Hey, John, since you know so much about Canadian land, can you just ballpark off the top of your head for me real quick? How much do you think the CCP owns?
The Chinese Communist Party?
Yeah.
In terms of real estate to invest in and wash money and so on, or actual
land, buildings,
in this country,
whatever.
In this country, right?
Oh, heavens. A few years ago, I would tell you maybe 5 or 10% because they've been the nexus of so very, very much business and capital accumulation. But I don't think the Chinese are acting on their own. I think much like the Bolsheviks in the turn of the 20th century, I think they are kind of a junior partner, but not without power of their own, of the Anglo-Americans. But long story short, I guess maybe 15% of prime real estate in major cities, at the very least, Asian investors
farmland
dominated by China.
Don't forget about farmlands.
Well, they don't own as much as Bill Gates
good
does.
point.
That I know less about, and I cannot opine on. I only know about urban centers.
Let me know if you can find out. I'm just curious what the actual number is.
Bill Gates owns like 45% of all the farmland in the country right now.
No. Well, I was gonna say Bill Gates isn't part of the CCP, but then I had to correct myself.
Hey guys, let me jump in here just for a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's address what John just talked about the primary owners of the means of production being A, the Catholic and Orthodox Church, B, the royal families around the world.
Yep.
And you could argue they have some intermediaries that we call something else, but let's just start there as a basis and see where that goes. And then also with China money is so heavily leveraged that you can't say that they're a threat in and of themselves. They're too interdependent upon the system as it is, in my opinion. Go ahead.
They're facing a demographic collapse. You may see China devolve, or at least kind of shrink into a core ethnic Han enclave in Beijing and some of the major industrial areas. And then you may have small breakaway factions, depending on what happens.
What's saying? Their president even admitted it in a speech recently. And that's not something China ever does. That in itself, that was actually kind of a scary moment, to be honest, because I was like, holy shit,
dude, they're way foobar.
I agree with John, and I think that this is where I'm coming from about a lot of things when I call psyops and all this stuff is like people have a very warped perception of the way the world is actually working. Therefore, it's very hard to actually go and try and talk about a political solution, not because politics are not going to work, but because if you don't see the way the world is actually operating, you can't actually address politics in any meaningful way. See what I'm saying?
Yes, and Jeff, Snopes is not a good source. You are discrediting your reputation by
You can judge it on the content instead of the source, and I put an AP article as well. So show me where he owns more than the 1% they claim he owns.
I'm not. I
never give the exact amount of acreage. You can run the numbers yourself.
And AP and Reuters, AP and Reuters are owned news outlets. The percentage doesn't matter. What matters is Bill Gates is purposefully purchasing.
The percentage matters when somebody on this panel gave the number 40%. That's what I'm pushing back against.
Yes, I agree.
I'm trying to reduce the amount of information that this channel is a vector.
That was a number I heard off of a.
Because you don't do due diligence and you swallow narrative, because we're living in the narrative age. You swallow narratives, you don't fact check, and then you spit the narratives back out.
Well,
I even do that.
How do you fact check, Jeff? How do you fact check?
I just fact checked the 40% figure. They gave the exact amount of acreage that Bill Gates owns.
Let's not talk about Bill Gates. Let's talk about the Catholic and Orthodox.
Well, that's exactly what the fact was about. Was Bill Gates?
Yeah, but let's talk about something that matters, like the royal.
Okay. Well, what else do you want to fact check? I'll help you.
I just want to know what source is good for fact checking anymore. Is there one?
You use a wide range of credible sources.
Please, let's stick on one subject. John, can you talk about? Give us the scenario we can research about the Catholic Church, the royal families. Let's talk about that, because that's a claim that we can actually get into as far as like a they or something, right?
Oh, okay. That's such a big topic, and it is so fraught with prejudice, prejudged, prejudged ideas we all bring to it. Can you ask a much more narrowly focused question that will help me, because my head's a whirl.
Well, if we're trying to go and make political decisions, how would you say that we should quantify and qualify those entities' role in the Canadian government, the United States government, that kind of, and the corporate structure that we're really dealing with?
Okay.
Oh.
I can give you the pie in the sky answer. I can't tell you how to get there, but transparency and a vigilant, educated populace.
Educated.
Vigilant,
Good luck with that.
but also vigilant. And
yes, good luck with
the
that.
whole idea of transparency is very important. Right now,
what
we don't
I'm saying
have
is,
that.
if we were to educate them, what would you want them to know? That's what I'm asking you.
How to fact check, logic, scientific method,
How to think for
Boolean
themselves.
algebra, critical thinking.
No. Wait. Yes.
Research,
Yes, I know all that.
good research
What
skills.
I'm saying is,
debate.
What I'm saying is
Peer review.
specifically about the royal family,
Classical
the
liberal
Catholics,
education.
the landowners and the corporate owners above, the Bill Gates and these kind of people, right? Like, who is it above them at the central network that we're really looking at, right?
Okay. I can't identify an individual because at a certain point, I don't think there is a cohesive, singular entity that is in control. I think it is a cadre of factions that are competing. Sometimes they are rivals. Sometimes they are cooperative. Sometimes they fuck. Sometimes they fight. Now, all you need to, well, that sounds so simple.
That's what I said, John. I agree.
Look at history, and at least
and I agree too.
Within the context of Europe, you need to go back to, unfortunately, religious wars and the divine right of kings and ownership of the land. The British monarchs, with the whole idea of a feudal system where the king owns the land, he is ordained by God, he is above you in the hierarchy. A lot of this ties into, and again, keep in mind, human civilization at the tribal level is hundreds of thousands of years old. It vastly predates the origin of writing and recorded history. It predates the existence of blue eyes in human beings, which is a relatively recent evolutionary change in us. So the power dynamics of me wanting more, me dominating my social hierarchy, they're very, very old. Now, anything you can do to trick a mark into accepting what you're selling is great. And if you can instantiate that into the future through either your bloodline, through your tribe, or through an institution like a charitable foundation, like George Soros's Open Society Foundation, you then are able to dominate the social hierarchy of human beings into the future. What do you think George Soros is happy about being 90 years old and dying? Did he die yet? I don't know. He's almost dead. If that guy could live forever, he probably would try to. And he thinks he knows better. Why else would I be successful, right? The divine right of kings, the arrogance, the impulse in us.
How do you know what he thinks?
Death. I'm talking about population level human beings. I don't know exactly what he thinks, but I don't think any human being amasses billions of dollars in assets, is able to crash the economy of the former world empire, Britain, by manipulating their currency. That man isn't humble. There isn't a chance he's humble. And there isn't a chance that he doesn't want to continue to dominate the future through his will. This is a human thing.
Well, here's the argument I would make, not against you, but as a test to see if what you're saying is correct. Let's say that what you said about him is true, other than his motive. Could you argue that his motive is not a nefarious, greedy one, but perhaps he thinks that if he allows other people to know what he knows and understand what he understands, that humanity will eat itself alive, and that it will be in a worse state in a short or long term than if he remains in charge? Do you think there's an argument to be made for that or not?
Well, yeah, he definitely thinks he's a good guy. All people do. Everyone thinks that the hero of their own story.
Well,
Nobody
yes,
thinks
but
they're evil.
I don't think Shurush himself thinks that way, but I think there are some people who do think that way. For example, everyone's shitting their pants about Elon Musk, right? There are no good guys. There are no bad guys. There are self-interested actors with their own agenda. Sometimes they fight. Sometimes they fuck. They frolic, right?
Is
Musk,
the place where they fuck Epstein's Island?
that's one of them. And that's not about child sex, actually. That's about actually gathering scientists into an effort.
And
to-
it's also about
To
genetic
blackmail them with
research.
child sex.
And it's also probably about
okay,
genetic research.
going-
Yeah,
Probably-
well, that's where I'm going, Neuro. But I don't think Shurush thinks that way. But there are people with huge numbers of assets who do think that way. Obviously, if people knew what I knew, they'd lose their minds. They can't handle the truth. If you have children, I don't, but I was a child at one point. You ease your kids into Santa's not real. Oh, fuck, your world's destroyed. You get over it. You learn. When you're an adult, though, Santa's not real is the least of your concerns. My money's not real. My vote is not real. My socialized healthcare is actually an iatrogenic processing line.
Well, see, here's where I was going with my argumentation, John, and I say this for everybody. I think that you can argue that it's not real in a sense, but I think that you have to start with it's not moral first, and then ease them into it's not real. Because I think if you just say, well, it's not real, and people don't see any, conflict of interest with participating in it, they will say, well, I don't care if it's real or not. It provides me something that I want. Therefore, I don't care. See what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of the way I look at it.
Yes.
Your government is real and taxes are real. There's no debate there.
The word real perhaps is not the best word to use. Perhaps the word authentic, right? Income tax in North America was, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe it was related to raising money to help with war efforts, right?
It was
Prior-
originally by Lincoln for the Civil War. It was temporary, and then Woodrow Wilson made it law later.
Right. Exactly. It was, and then the first thing they did was mediate it through a Federal Reserve system. Which I'm not saying that the system itself couldn't be utilized in a successful way, but my point is, if it's basically above an audit, for example, then what is it? It can't be just seen as, well, this is a system for, of, and by the people's interest. Well, how do you measure that?
That's how they sold this to the general public. They said, don't worry, we're only going to tax the rich, and it will only be like 3%. So it's just, pocket change.
Neuro, the creation of the Federal Reserve System was a North American instantiation of a central banking system. Europe has had them for a long time. It goes back to the English and the Dutch and the influx of gold from the New World and the emergence of new economic theories and social engineering awareness of it. But prior to the Federal Reserve being created, there were booms and busts with money supply in the United States. There was a small period of time where the U.S. actually minted, not minted, that's the wrong word. They still mint their own coins, but created their own paper currency backed by the government. In the Constitution, it is the U.S. government, I believe, that is enshrined with the ability to create the money supply in the country. They just were, I'll be honest, the powers that be were bribed into outsourcing that to the Federal Reserve, which is no more federal than Federal Express is. It's a con man's name.
Yeah.
Who do we lose? Neuro?
Yeah, Neuro maybe went into a zone where he can't drive through with signal.
Yeah.
But yeah, taxes
It
are
happens all the
pernicious. Taxes are absolutely pernicious. Taxes are rotten because
I like taxes.
hold on. High tax levels, any
You can
tax
pay
level
my
now,
taxes then.
allows for the government to borrow money from private money suppliers, and they create that money out of nothing. It is literally created out of nothing. I know that sounds like, oh, fuck, he doesn't know what he has. Look into it yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go research it. Creation of the Federal Reserve. There's a great 3-hour documentary called The Money Masters. Don't watch it in one go. You'll lose your mind. But taxes are another way of privatizing gains and outsourcing losses, because the public incurs debt, when the government borrows money from the Federal Reserve or any private lender, the private lender looks at who they're lending money to, the United States government in this case, any government that they're lending to, and says, what do you have as collateral? Well, the government then says, the full faith and credit of the American nation. Well, where do they get their full faith and credit from? It used to be natural resources, government treasury, and then there wasn't enough money to cover the interest they had to pay back. So they instantiated taxes to keep the borrow game going with this fiat money system. You borrow the money, you have to repay it with interest. Where do you get the interest? From the taxpayers through levies. We had schools and roads and an army and infrastructure long before the income tax system. How did that happen? Was it magic? No. It was
even Jesus in the Jesus days, they had tax collectors.
Yes, I'm speaking in terms of the North American and worldwide central bank.
You're talking about federal taxes. Would you be okay with local taxes?
I don't mind taxes as long as it is not an income tax. It is a goods and services tax, as existed before the income tax. You would have a VAT on certain transactions. They were able to raise money that way. The Romans and other tax collectors like that, they didn't have primarily a debt-based economy like they did, like we do. They had a treasure-based, booty, conquest-based economy. You would go get someone else's gold and shit, bring it into your economy. The Roman Empire went through inflation where they had to clip coins, right? People were clipping silver out of coins, denarii. And I mean, you can look at historians and numismatists who will tell you about changes in coin weights and minting quality control and the devaluation of Roman currency. We are in that phase. Yeah, ridiculous amount of hidden taxes. I'm going to shush now. I don't want to, anyway.
Yeah,
it's interesting, though.
Too much energy. Now we just steal from our citizens, and that's a lot easier that way. But how about no taxes? Would anybody like that system?
No. I think taxes play. I think funding things that are useful to society.
Hey Jeff,
it plays an important role in civilization.
No income taxes.
What would be wrong with a private system where you pay fees for services? Is that a bad?
I mean, I'm open to various models as long as there's some kind of revenue generating.
So the old debate is, where are we going to get roads if we don't have taxes? Oh, we're all going to die. So how about the people who use the road pay for the road? So if I live in this neighborhood and I drive down to the supermarket and then I get together with the supermarket owner and all my neighbors and I say, hey guys, let's build a road, and I'll use some of my money and you pitch in some of yours and we pay for the road. What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's something wrong with that. No,
I think you should be able to buy whatever roads you want if you want to pay for it. But I also think that other people that don't want to do that should have access to
why
roads.
can't we do that for everything?
And things like public education benefit, we all get an intangible benefit.
Why can't I hire a private tutor to educate my children, and then I can get together with all my neighbors and they can chip in?
You can.
Are you going to hire one for all the poor kids that can't do that and still need an education?
Why is education a human right?
I think it's a benefit to society. Believe me, the more educated people we have, it's only going to improve society.
Which is more beneficial to society, capitalism or socialism?
Capitalism.
Okay, so why can't I?
And I like
I can afford, even if I'm poor. Last time I checked, I can teach my children for free. I can teach them how to read and write.
I support you in doing that.
Pardon me, but
I still think that I think everyone should have access to an education. And NeuroJack wants to know if somebody can explain hidden taxes.
NeuroJack will have to wait a moment. Forgive us, NeuroJack.
We have plenty of those here. You don't have to go far. They're everywhere.
There's an error in framing and thinking going on here. It's not capitalism or socialism. It's not one or the other. Capitalism doesn't mean there are no common resources that people fund. We will still have the need for infrastructure, roads, clean water. If we were to leave that willy-nilly to whoever just wanted to do it, standards would fall. We have, of course, gone far too down the road into centralized bureaucratic control of everything. But a common military, a common water and utility system, and a certain basic amount of education that focuses on reading, writing, arithmetic, civics, civic duty, civic responsibility, ethics, morals, how to think and not what to think. That should be a publicly funded education system. It's in the self-interest of the society as a whole to fund, create, operate, and maintain that kind of system.
Capitalist countries and systems have the highest standards in human history, and the socialist governments and systems have the lowest
Well,
standards.
ours is a
in human
mixed
history.
I'm sorry,
system,
but
and I
that's
agree
not
with
true.
what
If you look at
John
the
just
child
said.
mortality rate in Canada and North America in general, and the United States in particular, I'm sorry, it's not true. That is very generally a rah, my country culture is best kind of approach. Capitalism, there's no one system that does everything the best.
There's
That
no
is-
such thing as pure capitalism or pure socialism, but there are countries that are more socialist than capitalist, or more capitalist than socialist.
now real capitalism's never been tried? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
So
that's a good point, Chris. Yes. Of course.
So near perfect capitalism has been tried. They called it laissez-faire capitalism or whatever, but nearly pure socialism has been tried and is still going on today. You know, like North Korea or whatever. You know, China.
That's not communism. That's
Yeah,
a
no, that's
totalitarian
more
cult
of
of
a yeah,
personality.
totalitarianism.
You
That's
have
an outlier.
You
That's
have
an outlier.
socialist countries that later try capitalism, like when China started to become more fascist than socialist because they thought, oh no, we have no profit. We better make money somewhere. So then they tapped into the capitalist market through Hong Kong and pretended like they were socialists. And so you can make money with capitalism. That's true. But there is no debate about who has the highest quality of life, the highest standards, the highest prosperity. All metrics of everything in life, there is no competition between capitalism and socialism. There's
No,
only
I
yeah, I
agree.
mean, like,
there's
think
only the
capitalism is
conflation of the
superior.
terms.
You're not going to talk to a single person in this panel that's
Yeah, you're
pro-socialism.
preaching to the choir. You're preaching.
Yeah,
to the choir.
we're all against socialism and communism.
It sounded like John just said socialism has the higher standards
in this
No,
sense,
society.
I didn't. You
no,
need to
no,
listen
it's
to what I'm
not-
actually saying and
yeah,
not what you think
that's
I'm
not what he
saying.
said.
I'm sorry. Please repeat yourself. I thought I heard you say that. Go ahead.
No, we said so much. Let me just go back to education. It's in every society's interest to have a certain level of cultural cohesion. If you want your country and culture to last, you need to make sure that your citizens are not fucking retards, right?
So which
Right
is
now-
better for education, a private system or a public system?
Well, that question is so open that it's totally meaningless. What's better, this or that?
I mean, there can be good public schools and in
It
areas
really
where parents are too.
I got a
too
public
stupid to
education.
teach their kids.
Historically speaking, if we were to analyze all of the public education systems and all of the private ones and compared which one had better results, what do you think the outcome would be?
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know,
but
'cause
I
like-
don't
like,
have enough
for
data
example-
points to answer a question like that, and that
example-
question itself is a trap.
Even
Yeah.
in your own country, does
A
Canada
lot
allow
of
private
education
schools?
depends on the individual student too.
Does Canada allow private schools?
Yes, you can pay for private.
Okay, in
education.
your own country, are you able to compare private schools versus public schools and see which one produces better outcomes for their students?
On
and
what by what
society?
metric? What
Every
outcome?
metric. Every metric.
Well,
can't
give
just say
us
it by
one
every
to-
metric. I'm sorry.
The IQ test of the graduating students.
I don't even know if they give IQ tests to students here.
Again, IQ is not a meaningful metric of your.
You
own
just
life.
asked for a metric, and I gave you one. Now you're saying there are no
But the
metrics.
IQ is innate. It would not depend on the education system. IQ is innate for the most
Okay,
part.
hold on. Yes, I asked for a metric, and I just gave you one. You could tell me how many glasses of milk they have in the morning, and that's a metric. Give me a meaningful relative. Please, just ask a more focused question, right? If you want me to say what I think you want me to say, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Very generally speaking, the freer the market, the freer people are to make self-interested choices, the better the outcomes will be. But it cannot be wholly unfettered, because then you are vulnerable to social predators who are going to outwit you or outmaneuver you. You need some level of organization behind your society, your culture, your group, in order for it to flourish and thrive and compete against other societies that might be better organized. It's a matter of balance. Now, when it comes to education, if you can avoid your publicly funded, to whatever degree you want to participate in, education system, if you can avoid it becoming an indoctrination mill that teaches what to think instead of how to think, you're ahead of the game. Ideally, that's where it goes. Without a public education system, there would be huge numbers of children in the United States of America and anywhere else in the world that become feral. Look at the inner cities, and this is not tied to race. Any inner city in North America where you have fatherless households or poorly parented households with children attending or not attending school, being raised on the streets, as it were, they're becoming feral. I don't want to live in a country where that's around. Spend money on a public education system as long as it's not a public indoctrination system.
Yeah, because there are plenty of, because like, okay, I was homeschooled, 100%. Never went to public school. I am a smart person. I did learn a lot about like self-learning like that, but I'm still a fucking moron because my life's a complete disaster. So I mean, it doesn't. It's like I don't know. I mean, you can. I'm saying like public schools. Like I mean, and my parents are very smart people too. My parents, my mother taught me very well. I mean, she didn't do a bad job. She was more than qualified to teach me, I think. But there are some parents out there that should not be teaching their children, I'm pretty sure. And like, in that sense, the public education system, even a bad one, is probably preferable to someone.
They shouldn't even be having children, some of them.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Well, you're not going to control that.
No, you're not. And I don't want to. And I don't want to control.
We should let the government decide.
Real quick, I want to do a little. Real quick, I want to do a little commercial break. I want to promote some current streams that are going on. We have Jack Talcott streaming on his channel currently. There's Provo Planet doing a stream. Jeff and his dogs that was on here yesterday is doing a panel, it looks like. And we have Imp Dave, who shows up here sometimes doing Karaoke Friday. And then in a couple of hours, we're going to have Speakeasy doing the verbal combat. So if you're looking for something to watch or something to do tonight, you can check any or all of those out.
Verbal combat?
Now we return you to our regular schedule.
Verbal combat's like where like it's like a debate show where like where people can pay to have people like can go to one.
Yeah, you should. iPhi, you should go. You do well. You might even win. Chris, we need to go one day and win so he could promote our channel.
Yeah.
I saw.
I'm going to put the verbal combat link.
It was exhausting though. I don't know if it didn't last so goddamn long. I don't know.
No worries.
Well, you don't have to go at the beginning. You can show up.
That's my plan. That's my plan this time. I'm going to try to go towards the end because you have just as much chance of winning like it makes no sense to go at the beginning because like you're just sitting there waiting to get like knocked out or something like that. So it makes a lot more sense to show up at the end and then get some really good jabs in. Then you'll get the votes. Like that makes more. It's a really kind of an easy system to game actually if you do it right.
I'm not worried. I'm a master debater, so
you should definitely go. You would enjoy it. I might pop on there later.
I personally
panels like you can be pitted. The audience can choose to pitch you one-on-one, and then if you lose, you get bumped off the panel for the night.
It's impossible
I heard you
lose.
about the master debater thing. I mean, you got thumbs up on the juvenile joke. I love it. It's good. It's a good one.
Word.
I
used to debate, but there's no audience for debate anymore, really.
Oh, there's plenty of audience for it. But I was just telling Jack last night my favorite juvenile joke used to be whenever I haven't done that in a long time, but I used to go on people's computers, especially back in like the Windows 95 days, and in like Walmart or something, they have the sample computers up, and I'd create a text file. And it would just call it butt sex txt, and then the contents of the text file was just the word butt sex. And I always it was something about that has always made me laugh, and I don't even know why.
He said butt sex.
Exactly. It's the most juvenile joke you can do.
Look at Cutie. Tell me her name again.
Cutie dog.
That's my doggy Banzi.
Danzy.
Banzi.
Hey, what did you see those logos I sent you, Jeff?
Yeah, I did. She looks so peaceful. Yeah, I did. There's a lot of them are so satanic.
A couple of them were pretty good actually. A couple of them came out all right. I actually finally sort of got the prompt. I'm getting better with the prompting thing. It's some of them are actually starting to come out pretty damn good. I mean, I'm still going to have to edit them and modify them somewhat so that.
And you can feed it an existing image and tweak it and direct it how you want it to change the image.
Oh, the feeding the existing image thing is not as cool as it sounds. I
Wow.
tried that. So I tried that a whole bunch of times, and it makes the images come out just like fucked up and just like they turn into like absolute abstract nothingness. It does
Oh.
not know how it is not figured out how to
Abstract
integrate.
nothingness might be a good logo for this
Well, I
channel.
sent you a bunch of abstract nothingness logos too, but like I bet the ones I created on my phone earlier that I sent you, I thought those were better. I liked the one that I said that I liked because it had like the one that's like the devil horns guy, and then it's got the guy that's like the got the beard and like the because I told it to like someone with devil horns and someone who's a mystic, and so
Well,
I
next
thought,
time we're on Discord, remind me, and I'll show you some of the ones my friend made for us.
Isn't that the name of your band? Abstract
What's that?
Nothingness.
Someone just posted about
was that
my
supposed to be like
doggy's
a
name
jab or
here.
something? I don't understand like what that was.
It just
Yeah.
sounds like the name of a band. Usually
I don't
someone.
have
Well, I
don't
guess
have a
this
band
or
right now.
streaming is the new punk, actually. So I guess it would be our new band.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
This fellow came with the name Banzi. He is a rescue dog from Port Lavaca, Texas. He was born in 2019. No, that's not true. 2016, I believe, is the year he was born.
Oh, you lied! I can't believe you, John. Just kidding.
And
You rescued
yeah,
him from Texas?
he's from Port Lavaca, Texas.
Wow.
They have a lot of high kill shelters down in Texas, and the rescue agency that got him up here deals with a lot of shelters down there that get their doggies out. So he's about 8 years old now, 7 or 8 years old. He's a rescue. He's a very gentle, very social doggy. I don't mind using the word doggy. I know it sounds silly. If it was a Rottweiler and I called it a doggy, that'd be strange. But this is a cuddle bug.
Yeah, no, he's a cute dog. I'm not a big dog person, but like I still like I saw this lady outside of a convenience store the other day that had this gorgeous freaking Siberian Husky. I swear to God, I mean, like it was a dog. I was like, that is one of the prettiest dogs I've ever seen, and it was such a sweet, happy dog and stuff like that. Now I would never want that in my house because I can't handle that kind of like energy and like the jumping. They see it so big and like they jump up on you and stuff like that. Because like my daughter has a dog like that when she stays with my with her grandparents. So they have a dog they keep over there for just for her. And like, I mean, he's a sweet dog and everything, but I don't like having big giant dogs jumping on me. I don't know. It gives me anxiety. So like, but at the same time, like, I mean, like, you know, I like some dogs. It's like weird because like, if I wanted a dog, I'd want like a big like husky dog like that. But at the same time, I wouldn't want the size of it. But but I would the smaller dogs are all gappy and annoying. So I can't.
It can be.
I could never be. I can never find a dog that's like. I think about a Welsh Corgi would be about my dog size. Like that would be like the ideal dog size for me, or something like a terrier or something like that. Yeah, we have cats. I'm not really an animal person. I mean, I love animals. Don't be wrong. I've adopted more animals in my lifetime than I care to admit. I find strays and I cannot resist, especially if they're babies. Regardless of what my situation is, I will rescue that animal. I have done it, God, like 30, 40 times in my lifetime. I have, and a lot of times I'll get them adopted out to somebody who can actually take care of them. But like the cats I have right now, yeah, like I was staying like at basically a hostel, essentially, like a roach motel that I was staying at. And like I found these two as I was walking back from work. I found these two kittens came up to me on the sidewalk and were just like pathetically like mewing at me. And I was like, oh, I can't. And it was about to start snowing. I was like, I can't leave you here. Come with me, kitties. And I scooped them in my hands and I took them to like the motel's office. And I was like, let me keep these little kitties. They're the only things that. Yeah, I was like, I was kind of I kind of needed that at the time emotionally anyway. But yeah, I mean, like I can't if I see like a fair little kitten, like, you know, in some bushes somewhere or something like that, like I will. Whenever I was a security guard, I was a security guard for a little while at a mall. I think about 30% of the time I spent there was like fishing out feral cats from the bushes around the mall. And like, I didn't really do much security work. I mostly was like pet control. But I have an enormous soft spot for any kind of cute little like thing that needs help. Like I can't help it, even though like I don't necessarily want like. I'm not really like a huge animal person, but I love animals still. It's weird, you know. It's like I'm not like I like my cats. They turn into assholes for some reason. I don't know. I was really sweet to them the whole time. I loved them to death, and now they're just dicks. Like they absolutely hate me for some reason. I don't know I don't know what I did. Like I always fed them. I always petted them, took care of them, but like they're dicks. So yeah, whatever.
Well, we're coming up on 4 hours. I think I'm gonna start wrapping
Really,
it
is
up
it
and
been 4 hours? Dear
go and
Yeah,
check
that was
out
a
some of these
doozy.
other
I
panels.
forgot. I missed the first hour though. I forgot about that shit. Didn't
Oh
know
yeah,
what-
how did your appointment go?
Oh, it was more. It's more bullshit. Like
Was it one of the disability doctors?
No. God, I wish if those if they would get back to me that fast, that would be amazing. I'd be on top of the world right then because it's pretty much according to the lawyer and the judge, like my case is pretty much approved. I just have to. It's like a formality at this point.
Well, you
But,
said it was. No, you said it was up to the doctors. Like they're going to.
Yeah,
determine.
it is, but
So that's not approved. They could still decide that you
they
can
can
work.
still, but the judge was on my side. The judge literally only ordered them in order to keep the regulatory board from overruling her ruling. So like it's just like an extra thing, just like an extra step to show that yes.
Yeah,
that
iPhi, we're here every day, 2 p.m. Central, 7 days a week. So drop by anytime.
Yeah,
And
it was a pleasure.
we have a
meeting you.
Discord too. You can contact me for.
he's
I'm in
on-
Machines Discord, so you can contact me there.
He's on the Discord.
By the way, no, he's not in ours. He's in Machines. So by the way,
I thought that was on ours.
No, we have a Discord for everybody else. If you're interested, just contact us, and we'll get you an invitation. And other than that, I think I'll go till 4 hours. So we got like 2 more minutes. Anybody want to wrap up with any closing thoughts, stories, ideas?
All I have to say is once again, big shout out to all the new chat people. Big shout out to the fact that we went up another 12 subs overnight. That's amazing. I can't believe how fast our sub numbers are actually climbing. We might actually hit that 1,000 before you know it, Jeff. Like, I mean, yeah, 10 a day isn't a lot, but it's still like, I'm still surprised every time I see like it go up that much. It blows me away. We had 18 viewers at one point, live at one point. That's a pretty good number, especially for a low sub count. So, I mean, I'm so happy that all of you guys that show up and participate and just watch the stream, even if you don't say a word. I'm just so thankful to have you guys here, and I think that it's really cool that people are interested in the conversations we're having. And think they're actually worth listening to. So, and other than that, like, I mean, I am, me and Jack are working on a side project that I'm about to tell you about opening off stream, Jeff. And
you want to meet after this?
Yeah, for just a minute, because I haven't had a chance to pitch it to you yet. I just want you to hear. I just want you to know what we've been cooking up. But it's gonna be a lot different from this. It's gonna be a much different thing. It's not gonna be an open panel type thing, but we're talking about doing a different kind of show. Yeah, just be like a once a week thing. And maybe once it'll be like once a week, but then like once a month it'll be like a bigger show. But anyway, I've been working on like ideas on designs and everything for it too, so I'll show some of those to you. But I'll be announcing that soon, and you guys might have some fun with that. It's gonna be more of a comedy thing. But anyway,
and John, it was good to see you again too.
Yes, especially dude. I haven't seen you in like I feel like I thought you just.
I see you in the comments, but it was good to have you on the show.
I like to comment sometimes. I don't always come on because I get a little animated sometimes. I'm sorry for being so animated.
Whoa, that's the Canadian.
We absolutely, dude. I love your presence of the show. Even if I disagree with you, man, I love your presence of the show. I think you bring a great energy. You're very. You bring a presence that's very like you're so polite that it makes other people polite. And intelligent,
very thoughtful.
Even if I don't agree with your point, you're always like you make your point so well. You're extremely articulate and just like I don't know. I love your presence in the show. Like even if I think occasionally like I might occasionally disagree with a conspiracy thing here or there, but I mean there's things that Jeff disagrees with me on like all the time too. So I mean that doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, I don't know a single person in this community that agrees with each other 100% on everything.
And how boring would that be if it was?
Exactly.
Like who wants to be a part of that community? I don't want to be a part of a community that everyone agrees.
We all help each other find our blind spots. We all have different fine tunings for our senses, and I'm nowhere near as smart as I think I am. So take anything I say with a grain of salt, please. And the one thing you can do to make this world a better place, absolutely, is to question why you believe something, as Jeff often points out, but also don't trust anyone too much unless you can look them in the eye. I mean, in real space.
And
We have
even-
Yeah, I mean,
illusions
I said that Bill
that-
Gates thing off the cuff because I heard it on a news on like a Rising or something like that. Like I didn't, it wasn't like a claim I was dearly clutching onto. I said it because like I heard somebody say that once and I was like, okay, I didn't have any reason to question it.
I wasn't circling back to that number. I just meant in general.
No, I know. I was explaining that to Jeff just because Jeff was like.
Oh, I wasn't even listening. I was multitasking. Sorry.
Just
No, about the Bill Gates farmland thing. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't something I meant to. I wasn't trying to be disinfo guy. I heard on like Rising or something like a while back.
I know,
like,
but it's gossip. Like you hear gossip and you pass it on. And
it was on a fairly reputable news show, and I didn't think much about it. I didn't really have any reason to question it.
I know, but like everybody's doing that. Not even on here. Just this is the current age that we live in of just passing
I know, and
on.
I agree. And I was
And before we
apologizing.
passed on what we heard on Fox News or NBC or what, like TV stuff, but now it's I think more open to misinformation than.
sure.
I agree,
have
and
faith in
that's why I was apologizing for just like throwing it out like that. I wasn't thinking about it because like I never gave it much thought in the first place. I thought like somebody said that as like it was a fact, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. Whatever. Seems like something.
It did make sense that Bill Gates owned 40% of the farmland. That's what made me fact check it, because the minute you said it, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. How could Bill Gates own 40%?
It makes a lot of sense because farmland's a very powerful thing that
he owns less
gains
than
value.
1%. So it didn't make sense that he owned that proportion.
I don't know where that number came from. That bothers me itself, but still, I don't know where they got that.
Anyway,
number from.
we
but still.
Yes, that's a wrap for today. So thank everybody for watching, coming on, participating, making this what it is. And we'll be here tomorrow. There's verbal combat tonight. Some of us may be there. I'll see how my night goes.
I plan to go, but I plan to go late. I do not plan to go early on and sit through 5 hours of it. And
sometimes like the spots fill up and you have to wait for somebody to drop off too.
Yeah, and that's fine.
To compete or to view?
The what?
We'll
participate.
go on to compete. It's no fun if you don't compete. But it's like they just bring up different topics and stuff like that. And honestly,
it gets very contentious. It's blood sports, John. So I'm warning you right now. It gets very contentious.
But at the same time, the debates aren't that debatey though. Like nobody disagrees that much. It's only the blood sports is all the fact that they just like throw barbs at each other. They just like to do disc sports. It's like making fun of this person or that person. It's very juvenile and kind of like, it's fun though. I mean, I'll say it was fun, but I'm not really good at doing the roasting thing. I'm not a roaster. I might have a good.
I'm only good at when I know the person, but I'm not good at roasting people I don't know.
No, well, were you talking? I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask about this verbal combat show. Are you going there to spectate or to participate as a contestant?
Participate.
Okay. When either one of you is on, would you please in the Discord send me a link so I can
absolutely.
Have a peek?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I gotta let this guy down. He's getting antsy. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
bye, John. Bye, Nancy. Okie doke. Well, we'll see you maybe somewhere tonight or certainly back here tomorrow.
Yep. We will always be here at 2 p.m. forever. Anyway, but you guys, everybody out there, once again, thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting the show, just with your viewership and your just general like presence. And I don't know you all enough to say that I truly love you, but I do love the fact that you guys are into what we're doing here. So
we love the idea of you.
Yeah, we love the idea of you, exactly. Some of you I do love some of you out there that I do know, but beyond that, like I have love for everyone in that sense. So yeah, I love you, Patty. You're totally I do love you.
Oh yeah, we definitely love Patty. Yeah, same what Chris said, ditto, same, all of that. There's nobody here I don't like, so thank you all. I appreciate every one of you. And Chris, stay backstage after so we can.
Yeah, sure.
I can hear your idea.
Sure, yeah.
In fact, I'll put you there now and I'll wrap it up.
All right, yeah. Go ahead.
Let me just figure out how to do it. Move from stage. Okay, that is that's it for today. There's lots to do tonight on in the panelverse, so go check it out. Provo, Imp Dave, Jeff and his dogs, Jack Talcott, and later Verbal Combat. And the Crucible's streaming too, so if you're into that, you can go see Andrew and his crew. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow for something else. Who knows what? Tune in and find out. Take care.